You are my fire, the one desire. Believe when I say I want it that way, and we are 2 worlds apart. Can't reach to your heart when you say that I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
Am I your fire, your one desire, sir? This is Roy Philipose, our hero of the day. I better be careful. I've been informed by the Copyright Claims Board that using 1 minute and 30 seconds of somebody's song is in fact copyright infringement. And that cost Steven Crowder $750 for a song which had no economic value. Such is life when you live in a corporatocracy where companies like Netflix and Warner Bros. And Disney decide that actually they control everything and have exclusive permanent use of copyright forever and ever, and you can just suffer, and everybody smaller than them can just eat shit. So I will get into Roy Philipose later. He is just get a good look at him. Imagine pontificate the odorous aromas, chat. Today is going to be a pretty politics heavy stream, and for that we are going to need Neil Maham to segregate our segments. There is some locale stuff that's happened. I'm actually in a pretty good mood, as it were, chat. I've not been in a good mood recently, but I have, as of December, I think I've broken my haze that I found myself in. And I suppose I'll explain that. Should I explain that? I'll explain that towards the end of the YouTube segment, I suppose, so that there's more people listening. Let's start with the real groundbreaking, heavy-hitting news stuff, and that is that McCormick, the herbs and spices distributor in the U.S., is bringing back the tin for Old Bay seasoning. This is one of the most important indicators that I've seen in recent time that America is recovering, things are getting better, that there is hope for the positive polys out there. If you don't know, in case you're like foreign or something, Old Bay seasoning is a herb mix that was gifted to us by our Jewish friends, Jewish immigrants from Europe, and they came over, and I thought, oy vey, all this seafood, this bounty of seafood, it really needs some sneezing in. So they crafted Old Bay, and it is the most important contribution of any Jew from before after Jew. Look, this is the most important thing that a Jew did between the death of Christ and the return. I can't say that. And Stephen Miller becoming our deportation czar. Okay, this is up there. It's this guy, number 3 favorite Jew of all time. Okay. So, it's good, is what I'm saying, and a mark of quality. If you ever there's old people who love to collect what's called like classic Americana, and you'll know it when you see it. It's kind of hard to describe. It's like vintage shit that just looks American. It has American paintings. It has American etchings. I see a lot of people. I've noticed in my return. I noticed things that I didn't used to, that were just normal to me now. But now I notice things like a lot of people will put up like cigarette ads, because that's like really, you don't see cigarette ads anymore. So if you see a cigarette ad that's like, wow, smoking is the best thing ever, you know it's an antique because it's been banned for so long. There's like something called mail pouch chewing tobacco. For some reason, that's like a popular vintage thing that people collect, is mail pouch. I think is what it's called. Anyways, the tins were very classic Americana, and people would collect these. I'm like, wow, this is a vintage tin of some weird product. It has no meaning, no significance anymore. It's been consumed by the conglomerates, and it's been discontinued but it looks cool. It looks neat in this tin. And Old Bay sneezing was in a tin. So now that it's back, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know who the hell puts Old Bay sneezing on chicken. It belongs on seafood, specifically shrimp. Shrimp is the best thing to put Old Bay on. I don't know if you guys remember, but on July 4th, I somehow not somehow I drove all the way. I was visiting DC, and I drove all the way up to DC. And while I was in there, I stopped by Maryland, and I acquired a bottle of Old Bay flavored vodka, and it's not fucking joking. That was some Old Bay. That was like drinking straight alcoholic Old Bay. It was good. It would pair well with like a Bloody Mary or something. Anyways, what was I talking about? Okay, yeah, sneezing back. Next, let's read this. I did not read this on stream when it was relevant, when it was new. I didn't understand the significance of this. So I'm going to revisit something that I read last stream in the super chat segment, and I'll give it the credit that it deserves. This is a truth by our president, Donald John Trump. And he says this. Again, this was an old post, but I'm revisiting it. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million census, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. The refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Parentheses, failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey, quote unquote, as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Waltz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman/woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, and that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she was treated, when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. This is probably, and I mean this sincerely, the single best thing this man has ever fucking written, ever. This is a tweet that unironically I could have written. Just every single thing I hate, just wrapped up into one nice little truth. Yeah, hit send, exactly. Just amazing, just the best thing that my boy's ever written, and in particular, of all the things, of all the little trooks that were dropped by the president on the day of Thanksgiving, one trook stood out higher, balled hotter, spawned a greater mushroom cloud than the rest, and that was simply calling the governor of Minnesota, Tim Waltz, a retard. Now, I am surrounded by rednecks, and I've noticed that rednecks really love to use the word retarded. And I did not realize that it had ever gone out of fashion. I know that transgender stuff put like the kibosh on a lot of transphobic rhetoric, a lot more than the word retarded was ever squelched. So I've always my vigorosity in saying that people are retarded has been completely unabated. This is like when you are in the water and you're scuba diving or something, and then a tidal wave is passing by. If you don't know, a tidal wave doesn't become particularly dangerous until it starts to approach land and is the energy is being pushed upwards. Then it becomes like a murderous blender of energy. But if you're just like swimming in the water, you'll get hit with like this really big wave. And you're like, what the fuck? What was that? So the ban on the word retarded hit me like that. I've just been submerged 100 feet deep in the retard. Okay. And when the retard ban came by, I didn't even notice it. And it was everybody ashore in the United States back home that got hit with the retard ban tidal wave. Okay. However, apparently this caused some controversy. I guess politicians aren't allowed to call people retarded. So we got some live reactions here, in particular from Michael Bohechik, I believe, saying, many of you have asked my position on redistricting. I have been an unapologetic advocate for people with intellectual disabilities since the birth of my second daughter. Those of you who don't know me or my family might not know that my daughter has Down syndrome. This is not the first time our president have used these insulting and derogatory references, and his choices of words have consequences. I will be voting no on redistricting. Perhaps he can use the next 10 months to convince voters that his policy and behavior deserve a congressional majority. This is a man elected by constituents to represent their interests, and he has the ability to better serve not only his constituents, but his state and his entire country. But the president of the United States said a word not directed at anyone in his family. He did not say what's the word here? The seriously retarded daughter of Michael Bohechek. He said the seriously retarded governor of Minnesota. And for some reason, Michael Bohechek took that personally. So if you are in Indiana and you have the ability to write angry letters to this idiot and to the GOP of your state, I would highly encourage you to get out your pen and paper or your printer and fire off some troops of your own, because this is completely fucking unacceptable. Nobody cares. Nobody asked. Nobody says, Michael Bohechek, how do you personally feel about the president saying retarded? Like, what a petty and quite frankly retarded thing to do, chat. So fuck this crybaby. Nobody gives a shit. Fuck your kid too. I don't fuck her. If she wasn't born, you'd be voting yes. As he says, he was not an unapologetic advocate for people with intellectual disabilities his entire life. He very specifically says, I started caring about this thing after it happened to me. Well, that doesn't mean much. Everybody cares about something that happens to them. You didn't care about it before, but now you care. Now it's deeply personal to you. Wow, what a hero. This thing that affects me personally is deeply, I'm deeply involved in it. Awesome, bro. Me too. All the things that I care about tend to happen to me personally as well. Fuck them. Next. Tim Waltz actually gave his live reaction to being called a retard. Here's what he has to say.
True.
It's true. I think that's yeah, that's true.
True. This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word in front of people. This is shameful. And I have yet to see an elected official, a Republican elected official, say, you're right, that's shameful.
Okay, well, here you go. Here's Michael Bohechek. Maybe you guys can fuck each other or something.
Should not say it. So look, I'm worried. We know how these things go. They start with taunts, they turn to violence. So deeply concerned.
So Tim Waltz is in the governor's mansion of Minnesota, and there are unchained, unhinged honkies driving past the governor's mansion with a megaphone, I presume, because he's in like a marble house, right? And they're just shouting at him, retard! Wait, hold up. I know who's doing it. Chat. I know how he can hear, because he just hears distantly. And he's like, what in the hell? What in the hell is that noise? He just hears it. What is that? What is that? And he drives past, and it's PPP with his Ontario license plate. It just dipped down into Minnesota and is ringing the bell. It's going, retard Tim Waltz. And that's how he's getting the notice. and instilling fear in him, instilling fear. There's a very funny video, and I'll never be able to find this on a moment's notice, but there's a very funny video of a guy who's like 7 feet tall and looks just like PPP, and he is taking a cop, and it's like a Canadian cop, and slamming him on the ground, just like because he's so fucking big, and they're chasing, and then he like runs away like giggling. And it's like I've never been clarified to me if that's actually PPP or not, but it's very funny. Okay, next. This is news. I have several censorship legislation related pieces of news, chat. And they affect all the countries. They affect the United States. They affect sorry, I had to refresh the Rumble thing. They affect the United States, they affect Canada, and they affect the EU. The first one is Congress is holding hearings on 2 pieces of legislation that will directly impact the U.S. internet. The first is called the Deepfake Liability Act, which aims to modify Section 230, because of course it does, to very specifically give liability for platforms that don't screen out artificially generated images or content that causes harm. So somehow you need a computer to weed out computer-generated content. Is somehow you have to have like they're trying to make it so that if you don't have a computer that's bigger and better than everybody else's computer to detect that that computer is generating computer stuff that also causes harm, you have to be able to detect that also. Then you're liable for it. And then the second one is the Education Not Endless Scrolling Act, which is going to try and add digital ID to Play stores. So on Apple and the Google Play Store, you're going to have to ID yourself to download certain apps as part of their age gating process that they've been obsessed with. Elon Musk has been fined 120 euros, which is $140 million, as a result of violating EU anti-speech regulation. Is the first ever penalty under the Digital Services Act, which the ECC passed, the EC concluded that the paid-for blue tick symbol misled users, and platforms stonewalled giving researchers access to data, and it had failed to properly set up an advertising repository. So the EU is really desperate to clamp down. Look at this guy is so fucking brown, man. He's so brown. I have to care what this guy says.
Work to actually show that there's about a 6 to 7 million vehicle deficit of cars that were never purchased because of the pandemic.
This guy is trying to say that Tesla shares are overvalued. Pro tip, the entire stock market is meaningless and filled with bullshit. And the only reason why you're saying that is because you don't like them, effectively. Okay, next. This is also the EU. The EU has put all service platforms in a Zugzwang. In particular, there are 2 contradictory concepts, which means that effectively you will always be violating a certain EU rule, regardless of how you proceed. So there's 2 concepts here. Let me read my notes because there's the other one. The first one is that the EU requires that you keep as little data as necessary. The GDPR, many people are familiar with because of the cookie thing. So on one hand, you must first keep as little information as possible. And then the second one is that you are obligated to prevent fraud and abuse. So you can't, for instance, if a user deletes their account or is banned, you're no longer under the GDPR permitted to hold IP data or any other fingerprinting that you've used to identify that user. So then if the user attempts to create a new account to sock puppet, to circumvent a ban, to do whatever, you can't then take that data and prevent them from re-registering because that's unnecessary information that you have on hand. but you're also obligated to prevent many different kinds of abuse on your platform. So on one hand, you're not permitted to hold fingerprinting information, and then on the other hand, you're not permitted to allow people to do whatever the fuck they want. So if you do host a user-generated content social media platform on in the EU, God forbid, you will suffer forever for it. Okay, hold up. I have the someone sent me the video. We're gonna take a detour back to pay. Anyways, my point is that you should be very glad that you're not in the EU. Unless you are in the EU, in which case, your life is hell. Okay. Here we go. Sorry. Look, is that like, this is supposedly skinny young PPP, all right? Just an absolute unit. And he has been accosted by these freaks in their yellow jackets. So he's just going to do a little slammerooski. Boom. Ouch. Sucks to be you. And then he's off. Look. There he is. Back in the day. Back before he found Ethan Ralph and Godwinson. And then he's fled. They never caught up with him. He was simply too fast. Okay, next. Oh, this is in Canada. And for whatever reason, Canada, or Meta, the Facebook company, is pushing Canada to pass its own set of digital verification ID laws for App Store downloads, which is bizarre. You would think that the tech companies would be against age verification gating and other bullshit, but it's probably a simple matter of the more regulation and the more bullshit that exists, forcing companies to behave a certain way, the harder it is for any small company to enter that market. It's like with manufacturing a car. It's almost impossible unless you have billions of dollars to make a car manufacturer, because you have to comply with like 70 plus years of NHTSA regulations on car safety standards. So it's like, how do you even begin? Even like foreign manufacturers can't compete in the US market because we've created this regulatory burden that nobody can meet. Unless you're specifically already popular in the US market, there's no point to build for the US market. So companies like Meta are effectively evil, and this is what they're doing with their evilness. This guy named Tibor Blaho did a scan of things that had been pushed into the ChatGPT Android app, and these tokens were identified. com.openai.feature, and then there is a new category called ads. Ad.data.ads debug info. Ad target type, API ads debug info, API ad target type, bizarre content wrapper, encoded ad data, API search ads carousel, bizarre content wrapper, encoded ad data, searched ad, and search ad carousel. What could that look like? How about this from this guy? I don't know if this is true or not, but it looks real to me, chat. He says, man, I'm so over everything. And then ChatGPT says, I'm so sorry, Jason. That sounds really rough. You know what sure would be nice right now? A good bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Would you like me to open Instacart for you? It's like an episode of Black Mirror, chat. My favorite episode, I watched through like most of Black Mirror like a couple weeks ago in Halloween, in October, not specifically on Halloween, but in October. And there's an episode from the last season where you can repair your brain with like a computer, and then if you're not paying $1,000 a month for the premium package, they start using you to advertise to people like in real life. Like there was a teacher and she was consoling like a fat kid or something, and then the ad took over and was like, oh, you should try losing weight with this product. Or no, it was a Christian ad or something. She started like preaching the gospel, like some kind of scam Christian organization. That's what's going to happen. Unless we start doing certain activities that cannot be described in the presence of Neil Maham to advertisers and I don't know why people don't get angrier at ad agencies. You know how fucking evil they are? Not only are ads like the most bullshit thing ever, not only are they intrusive, not only do they push you shit that you don't fucking need. Not only are they the reason why every platform gets worse all the time, but they're also the ones that are constantly trying to like prowl the earth for the most mutt looking people ever. Like if you ever see an interracial couple, there's an ad executive who is hunting them down so he can take pictures of them smiling at the beach or some shit to put them in the ads. And for some reason, nobody ever, like, there's never been a public outcry of we have to go cancel these ad execs. Why is that? Why is it that ad exec companies are never scrutinized? I would like to see more deranged, bewildering fury directed at ad agencies. Like with Wayfair, there's that conspiracy around Pizzagate where people started recognizing that there were like Wayfair cabinets that had names like Anna and they were like $50,000. And they started saying like, those cabinets are not $50,000. There's a child named Anna inside the cabinet. And if you buy this cabinet, you get the child. And Wayfair had to like put out a statement like, that's fucking nuts. Are you, what is wrong with you? Why are you saying this about our cabinets? And then, but there's never anything like that about ad executive agencies. I don't even know the names of them. I don't even know who goes and puts out ads anymore. Who is the person who is responsible for selecting the mixed race couples that end up in every single advertisement continuously? Who runs those agencies? Why is there no conspiracy about how the ad executives are fucking kids or something? Why is this anger never directed at the people who deserve it the most? I don't understand. Next. Preston, our lawyer in the Ofcom issue, has announced that 4chan is continuing to receive harassing communique directed at enforcing the Online Safety Act of the United Kingdom against the American company 4chan Community Services, LLC. But have no fear. Apparently, according to him, since New Hampshire and Wyoming are trying to pass their anti-foreign intervention laws, supposedly the House will also be passing or introducing an act to completely prohibit American businesses from like seizing assets for foreign countries, something like that. When that happens, I'll let you guys know. I need to like create like a list. How would I do that? If you're somebody who works for like a nonprofit or for like a 501c4 or like for a politician, and you know how to like organize people, get in touch with me. Get in touch with the moon@usips.org email address and let me know. How do I start sending people tear out postcards that they can send to their reps and shit? There's got to be some way to accomplish that shit. That's what we need. The moon. Yeah, that's me. I'm the moon. Next, I have not listened to this yet, but it is more Angloid suffering. Supposedly, this guy right here got into an argument with his parents because he is a white nationalist, and his parents don't like that, so they kicked him out, and his father got arrested. Let's take a listen.
Open the door, my house. I pay for this shit. Why not?
Womp womp.
Why not?
Womp womp.
Oh my god, I pay for this house. I'm phoning 999, telling to tell you you are.
And what? And what? You're threatening me because we have a difference in opinion.
Me? Why?
You're gonna smash the door open. Go on. Smash the door open and do it. And what? Throw me out because we disagree? You're pathetic. I fucking hate you people. I always have.
You fucking hate us.
Yeah. How do you think Nana and Gran are gonna react? You wonder why they're so... Go and smash it open. We disagree. I want to preserve my people and you want to hurt me because I want to preserve my people.
Now.
Why? Smash the door open. Do it. Prove it.
You've got to leave.
Prove it.
To open the door. So open the door now so that you can
No, smack. If you want to.
Wait, I see Steam. That's definitely Steam right there. What's the other one? Is that Discord? Signal. He's got Signal open, saying urgently telling his friends in the Groiper Signal group that Mum's about to smash down my door.
Open the door. So open the door now so that you can.
No, smack. If you want to smash the door open, because I disagree about who should be in this country, do it. If you want to smash the door open, because I disagree who should be in this country, do it. You go drunk, and this is what happens. I can't. They live in Grimsby, mate. It's way too far away.
Grimsby?
No.
Why not?
But all you're going to do is shout at me because you're drunk. I don't even understand. What is your problem? What is your problem? What is your problem?
Oh, God. That guy sounds incredibly British and
You're
angry.
going to regret this in 10 years' time when I don't speak to you anymore.
If they did not replace this man, their own son, if they did not open their doors and open their child's bedroom to a poor Pakistani refugee fleeing from Pakistan because it's Pakistan, they're not actually, they're just pretend. They're just fakers. They're not actually doing what they need to do to help accommodate the suffering people of the world.
Mom, you're gonna regret this in 10 years' time when I don't speak to you anymore because you rejected me when I was right. You're gonna reject this in 10 years' time when I have nothing to do with you. This is the end, okay. They're gonna reject it in 10 years.
No.
Do it then, because you're trying to smash my door open, because I disagree.
They're fucking racist.
Oh, she's crying.
Who?
Radicalized.
They're responding. Radicalized. We'll send the fucking armed police over immediately. He muted.
I'm not harming myself.
What's your concern with him in his room?
I have
Oh god, she looks like a goblin. Look at that goblin.
political commentator.
Really right when he's posting
Oh my
stuff
God.
online, he's shouting at us, using to come at his
This is so dramatic.
Just take a deep breath for me so I can understand you.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh no. The second goblin has
You
arrived.
don't scare me, Dad.
Do I not?
No.
Do I not?
What is wrong with you?
Do I-
Why are you assaulting me?
Do I not?
Why are
scare
you assaulting me? Why are you assaulting me?
Shut the fuck up, you parasite. I have brought you up for fucking 20 years.
Let me leave.
What the fuck have you become?
Let me leave.
What have you become?
Let
I
me
want
walk-
you to leave. Jesus Christ, we've been
Then let me walk out that door. Let me walk out that door.
Have you?
Let me walk out that door.
What
Let
have you
me
become?
walk out that door.
Answer my question.
Nothing. I just want to preserve this nation. Do you not understand?
You will not win this war.
Yes, I will.
No, you won't.
I'm leaving
This
house.
fucking country is gonna be the most fucking black country in the whole fucking world. The sun will never rise on the British Empire. Even the fucking sun will be blacked by the overcast. It will be a black overcast over the whole bloody fucking island.
I want you to leave. I don't want you to come back.
I'm leaving right now.
I want you to go right now.
I'm leaving right now.
Go.
Oh my god,
I'm
now
leaving.
he's filming us.
No, I'm leaving.
Filming us.
You, I have nothing to hide.
You're off to jail tonight, by the way. You just assaulted me. I want to leave. I want nothing to do with you.
Dude, the boomers are just like the worst people that have ever fucking been born. Every boomer is going straight to hell. I'm sorry.
Off you go. Off you go. Don't come back.
Go away.
You want to smash my
Go away. What is wrong with you?
Don't come back.
Like, I want to make fun of him for like being like a Nancy boy, like a wee little midge, but his parents are like even worse. This is why is he radicalized? Oh, because you hate him. You hold him in utter fucking contempt, and his mere existence is like grating on you. And I wonder why he wants to like murder all the brown people now. Suffer, Angloids. Next. Oh, this is more. This is Angloid suffering moment. Okay. So in the UK, there was a wee little split, I believe, in the Tories. And because, with the whole Nigel Farage and all the talk about remigration, they're just a little bit too extreme. They're a little bit too extreme for a lot of people. A lot of Tory voters, like the parents we just saw, who want to support good, common sense, conservative values, but who also want an infinite amount of migration from the biggest shitholes that have ever existed in all mankind's history. And so they had to make a new party called the U Party. And the U Party had its first conference, its first rally to try and get people behind this new movement to be excited for. And apparently, now I haven't watched this, but apparently these clips are very funny. So, a shut it down moment. This is the first clip. It says a shut it down moment where a speaker calls for less infighting and purity testing among a group that's attempting to become a political party. And then they cut to a splash screen. Okay.
My name's Claire. I'm from Dartford, your party.
If I see a person waving their fucking hands at me at the bottom of the screen, I know there's not a single fucking thing that I'm about to hear that I'm going to give a shit about. On your phone, if you have an Android, just open up your phone right now and press the up or down on your volume keys. Press the three dots, okay? And then look at the bottom. There's a little bubble that says live caption. If you enable that, you will see an automated caption of everything that your device is playing in real time. So if you are a deaf person, you are living in the absolute best time to ever be deaf ever in human history. You don't have to rely on closed captioning. You don't have to rely on the Wiggles, Mr. Wiggles sitting in the corner doing the flippity flaps with his hands. You can automatically, in real time, for free, transcribe any spoken content, any music, even the people around you in real time. So this is completely performative. The only reason why this exists is to show that they're an inclusive unit, and that is a red flag for being retarded.
Also a member of Socialist Alternative. I want to speak for the name Our Party, not because I think it's a particularly good name, but because I think this should be our party. And the reason why we're having this debate now on the agenda, when we've been given four options.
Dude, it also translates it in real time. Yeah, I know it's a live event. Like I said, you open your phone, you go to the volume, and do live captioning, and then you can even change it to live caption in Spanish. So the guy who said, "Can I get that again in Spanish?" You can do that. You can if you're a Spanish speaker and you wish that Man at the Internet was in Espanol. Number one, get the fuck out of my country. Number two, you can do that easily for free on your phone right now. The flippity flaps completely unnecessary. Blind or deaf Spanish speakers can read Man at the Internet in real time.
None of which were particularly popular, as far as I could see, is because there were amendments that were submitted by hundreds of members all around the country, which talk about the issues which people on this conference floor wanted debated, amendments which have been silenced because they call into question an unelected clique who have been brought in and who have been doing damage to this party. Earlier, we heard discussion about the potential damage, the Red Scare of left-wing groups.
The benefit of the flippity flapper is that we can see her get increasingly awkward and nervous, like her body language is as this person speaks.
Of the people who have been on the streets building front.
Do I still have this? I do. I have the panic button. You got to have the panic button.
My name is Joseph.
Hi,
I use
Joseph.
she, they pronouns. And I come from West Yorkshire. I recently moved to Edinburgh. And I'm speaking for option A, to stand candidates as widely as possible. First, I feel like it's most important to address people's concerns with this option, that it will allow transphobic and racist
Hey,
and...
Joseph has the same last name as our attorney, doesn't he? Byrne. Yeah, that's right. Maybe they're related. Maybe this is his niece.
otherwise bigoted candidates to stand in the name of your party. As we have seen with the two MPs who recently resigned after making transphobic comments.
Participant, please speak to the option.
I am speaking to the option. I'm addressing people's concerns.
Call him a tranny.
I am addressing people's concerns with the option, such as to effectively speak to the option. Thank you.
But I ask you...
Is that the me party? Look at this. You have this fucking bull dyke. That also looks like a bull dyke. I'm pretty sure that's a man, but he has the body shape of a bull dyke. You got a black woman, and then you have another bull dyke. Yeah. Is that the potty? Is that the potty? You got 3 lesbians and a blackie. Yeah.
Now, to speak to the option, as has been requested, this is essential to fight reform and their far-right policies. We will not beat reform if we choose to just stand in 1 or 2 seats where we're sure we can win. We will not beat reform by focusing on the areas they have made the least progress. We will beat reform by fighting across the country, including the areas where they have made the most progress, the areas where people are most disenfranchised with the political establishment, the areas where people are sick of the lies of the government and the lies of Labour. So we must stand as widely as possible, and this will only be successful if we have...
Okay, I get it. You're a gay tranny. Socialism is when we cut mics. Okay, let's see this one. Man or woman chat? Call it.
We're very glad to be hearing member motions like this one, but one of the most popular member-submitted motions to have elected officials and staff salaries capped at a median worker's wage was tabled in standing orders. It immediately became by far the most popular motion before it was quickly ruled out of order. In the words of a volunteer, because of a typo. Instead of allowing the most popular motion...
I don't want to hear somebody read a script. I'm just so disinterested in that. Like, you're looking... Like... You can't even store the information that you have to say in your head long enough to like transmit it onto the microphone. You can't prepare any of your thoughts. You have to like write them down on the phone. What's even the point then? You might as well just write a post at that point. Okay.
If you follow, if you go to the room behind you, there's an airstream, and the door to the Standing Orders Committee is just there on the left. So you're more than...
Is that the Wiggler? It's the Wiggler. She's giving directions with her hands.
welcome anybody. This applies.
Ms. Wiggler, which direction is up, but not all the way up, like 70% up.
You're very welcome to raise a point of order. They will come through to me as the chair. We've just made very clear in the standing orders there will be no points of order raised from Conference, we do not welcome this disruption. Steward, could you please kindly remove the person from the front? If you'd like to go and raise your point of order from the room, you are very welcome. Thank you.
Wow, this is some great party unity. What a great first event. Preemptive calls for purging. Okay.
Of option B to make it a fair debate.
Hello, comrades. Dominic from Croydon. There may come a time when we need to form alliance with people, but we can't, from day one, fling the door open, to every sect when we don't even know what we stand for ourselves. And we need to make sure that we build our own identity. Every effort like this has failed because of the influence of tiny sectarian groups. And we need to have a proper examination of what they stand for. And I cannot believe how short some people's memories are, that we have the Socialist Workers' Party coming up here acting whiter than white. We know what they did. We know what they did, comrades. They covered up a rape. They covered up a rape.
Dude, when you hear British people and they're angry, it just sounds so evil. Like, British people talking just sounds like the most evil shit ever. Everyone's like, oh, when the Germans start yelling, they just sound so mean. Bro, British people, like Germans, they just sound silly, okay? British people, they sound evil. And then you listen to what they say, because you can understand them because they're not German, and you're like, wow, you actually are evil.
And they expelled people for bringing that to attention. That's the kind of culture that they bring in. How dare they? How dare they?
Keep coined.
We do not want any fights or arguments. Let's calm it down.
Look at this man filled with hate and anger. He's got that overcast or that shadow over his deep set eyes where he's thinking, I wish I could bloody kill them all the people who disagree with me. I wish I could do away with them.
We've talked a lot about the toxic politics of the Labour Party, but I tell you, there's some toxic politics
We
in
are
these
going to have to
sects.
turn the mic off.
Thank you, comrades.
Going to have to turn the mic off.
Okay. Blue. Muslim or trans or more socialist? Okay, this will be the last one, and then I'm done with the British suffering.
Hi
For
there,
now.
conference. My name is Erin from Glasgow. When this party started, it included 2 MPs who were openly transphobic, one of whom was a landlord. This party preaches unity and equality for its working class members.
I'm sorry, I need to stop you there for calling them transphobic from the rostrum. Can you please stick to the motion?
Boo! Give them props. Give them props.
2 members who allegedly expressed transphobic views. If we seek to protect our members and those and the rest of society, we have to set clear criteria for who we will and will not work with. I will have different views on what the broadest possible alliance is to the person next to me, who will have different views to the person next to them, and so on and so on. This is always going to be a contentious issue if we do not set out clear criteria. And we are a contentious party enough as is. We're leftists. We like to infight. Let's not invite more reason for us to do so. Let's actually bring ourselves together and fight for unity together, instead of inviting the risk of that being subverted away from us, instead of allowing people to come in under the guise of social alliance who will detract from our goals, who will actively spread hate and disunity amongst us and the rest of the working class. I urge you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Oh god, look at that stride. Look at that fucking virgin walk. This guy is gonna do his do.
Can I remind people to keep to respectful discourse at the rostrum? Thank you.
The issue is that how do you unite trannies and Muslims together? You can't. That's why the left likes to infight, because you have completely separate understandings of the world. If only you were more homogenized, then you could have some unity. But unfortunately, you're a vast array of people united by class fury alone. Oh, one last Anglo-suffering thing. In a recent review of antibiotic and antifungal resistant infections, they've discovered that there is an increasing number of people who are carrying microbes on them, which are resistant to both antimicrobial is the word when it's both fungus and bacteria. They're resistant to antimicrobial treatments. The US, Russia, Germany, UK, about 30+% of people carry this type of bacteria. In India, it is 85% plus. And since there are many Indians in the UK now, there is a drug-resistant super fungus that is spreading. It is sexually transmitted, but can also be transmitted by regular contact, and it will stay in places. So if somebody with a dirty, disgusting G ass sits in a public bus seat, and then you sit on it, and your shirt lifts up a bit and touches that same spot on the bus, you will get a super fungus that will eat away at your flesh over your entire body, and will take several weeks for your body to clean up on its own. So it's one of the many part and parcels of a diverse society is getting ass fungus that eats away at your flesh and is resistant to drugs and treatment. Next, we're now properly in the Izat segment, the Jeets. There was a plane crash that was ruled as a accident, not a deliberate crash, by the courts of India. However, the U.S. analysis of the crash indicated that it was a deliberate incident that was direct sabotage by the pilots. Air India cannot admit this, however, because that would harm the Izat of their collective corporation and the Indian people in the face of the white man, which they cannot allow. The Office of Public Affairs for the U.S. Department of Justice has announced that they have arrested 2 men for conspiring to destroy the United States government. In particular, they were brothers, and they were contractors, and they had set off on how to delete as much information out of the Department of Justice databases as possible. 96 government databases were completely destroyed. According to the DOJ, they were all containing information pertinent to Freedom of Information Act's requests. And the other one was attempting to delete something and had even asked AI how to purge a government computer of all of its logs. And that itself was logged, which was now used as evidence against him. Those 2 men conspiring against the United States government, Indian. We brought over these best and brightest IT experts, the H-1Bs that we need to run our society because white men are just so stupid and lazy. Yeah, they're just randomly deciding to destroy entire segments of the U.S. federal government database. Fun. Next, I have some clips from Vivek Ramaswamy. By the way, you can tell if somebody is I haven't picked a name out for this. I invited some brainstorming on Zitter, and I did not get a good response. But we need something that's like a slave, like a white slave term that you have to be able to say it and immediately be clear that you're calling them a white slave simp for Jeets without them knowing exactly what, like if they're hearing it for the first time, it has to be offensive and it has to portray that they're a white slave to Jeets. Tim Pool is a white slave to Jeets, which is why when he pronounces Vivek's name, he doesn't pronounce it like Vivek, like the bad guy from the Elder Scrolls. He pronounces it Vivek, which apparently is like the correct Hindi way of doing this. So this is Vivek talking, and he's talking about his company that made him a very wealthy man called Roivant, and he liked to inspire Americans at Turning Point USA. With his story of success.
My mission was to say, how do we develop those medicines that I couldn't back as an investor? That's what irritated me. I said, I have to leave my job as an investor to actually found a new company. So I founded Roivant in 2014 to develop medicines in exactly the areas the rest of the biopharma industry had abandoned. And that's a strategy that's not without risk, because sometimes they abandon projects because they are risky. One of the early medicines.
No, I've downloaded clips for everything, so let me just pull it up. I've gotten into a habit because I have so much storage space now for my computer setup that whenever I do my stream, I just preemptively download everything.
My mission was one of the early medicines we developed was a drug for Alzheimer's disease, and it was a bold bet. We developed it, but actually it was one of the first projects of my company, and it failed. You run clinical trials. Turns out most drugs for Alzheimer's fail. Turns out that's why a lot of pharma companies had backed off. And to me, again, that was another example, like the stand-up comedy career, I guess you could say, of encountering adversity. But we built a company that eventually developed and turned many of those therapies into approved medicines. One for prostate cancer, another for endometriosis and uterine fibroids, women's health conditions that pharma had actually ignored. And one actually is on the market today. It's a treatment for a congenital disease where kids are born without a thymus. 100% of those kids die by the age of 3 if they're untreated. And the therapy that we developed, now FDA approved, allows 70% of those kids to live lives of a normal duration. I tell you this story in part because it has nothing to do with politics, but it involves what I think is a core part of the American dream, is a willingness to take risks, a willingness to be contrarian. And that's actually the spirit that pulled me into politics.
Vivek is speaking because his company, Roivant, is actually a scam. What he did, he's a Nepo baby. He has rich parents that were involved in biochemical companies already. His company, Roivant, bought an Alzheimer's disease medication that had failed clinical trials 4 different times. He bought the medication that the company that actually made it, that actually invented it, he bought the medication for $5 million, the license to make it. And he had his mother sit on the clinical trial team, and they ran it through a 5th clinical trial. Or rather, they took the 4th clinical trial, and his mother fixed it and made it look presentable to the FDA. Then he opened his pharmaceutical company to the stock market, and the stock market surged. It was apparently one of the most successful IPOs of a pharmaceutical company ever in the stock market's history. Over the next couple months, his family and him sold significant holdings of their company at the high evaluation that they had maintained, and then submitted their drug, which they had already tested 4 times and shown poor results for an official 3-part trial that an FDA requires all drugs to go through. Surprise, it failed, and his company lost 99% of its value overnight. So everybody that invested in this company lost their money, except for Vivek Ramaswamy and his family, who had already sold by that point and left everybody else holding the bags. Vivek Ramaswamy is a scammer, and he is scamming the American electorate. It's in his blood. It's in his fucking DNA. They can't help themselves. They just do it instinctively. It's what they do. And he tries to pass this off as him saving children's lives, when what he's done is not too distinct from something like Martin Shkreli, who is demonized. He simply bought the rights to medications and tried to flip a profit with them. He did not invent anything. Next, another thing from Vivek Ramaswamy, and he, at Turning Point USA, where he was speaking, he relays his last conversation about Charlie Kirk, that he had with Charlie Kirk.
That was the subject of my last discussion with Charlie Kirk. I spoke to him on August 25th, met him in Central Ohio. There's 2 of us sitting one-on-one in a conference room in Delaware County, and we spent about an hour talking about what is an American. I asked him the question. I'll tell you what he told me in response. It's a classic method he had. He would say, I know what it's not. I'll tell you what it's not. It's not a race, and it's not government paperwork either. I agree with him on that. Our American identity is not just about a race or a lineage. You could be of a particular race or lineage, but if you don't believe in the founding ideals of this country, you're not really an American. You could have crossed the border physically, and the government could give you a piece of paper. But if you don't believe in the ideals of this country, you're not really an American in the truest sense of that word either. What does it mean to be an American? I believe it means we believe in those ideals that set our country into motion 250 years ago. It means we believe in merit, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color. It means we believe in the rule of law. I say this as the proud son of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. It means we believe in free speech and open debate, whether you're on the left or right, whether you're Nick Fuentes or Jimmy Kimmel, it doesn't matter. You get to express yourself without government censorship.
Charlie Kirk, before his death, had taken a very hardline anti-immigration stance. that completely and totally does not align with what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying in the speech, indicating that he is knowingly lying about the last words of a dead man in order to further his political agenda. He made a statement about how the United States is a set of ideas that set the country in motion 250 years ago. Well, if we wind back the clock to about 235 years ago, we have among the Immigration Act of 1790 by the first Congress of the United States, which defines, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, that any alien being a free white person who shall have resided within the limits of under jurisdiction of the United States for a term of 2 years may be admitted to become a citizen thereof. So the great ideas that we're talking about when we talk about what set the country in motion 250 years ago is literally a free white person of good standing, which is not Vivek Ramaswamy, in case you're wondering, chat. Next, I got this one last second. The man that you're seeing right there is the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry. Jacob Fry is a Jewish man, but he has a love affection for not Indian, but Somalian people, because there are many Somalians in Dearborn and in Minneapolis. And, you know, when Trump came out and started making fun of Somalis recently, Jacob Fry had to stand up and defend his constituents. And he said that they were great. So they invited him over to a Somali restaurant to eat. So this nice Jewish man in his suit, he's here at a Somali restaurant. And I think they normally eat with their hands. So this is my interpretation of this. There's a big metal dish with some kind of slop in it. I have no idea what it is. And then there's paper bowls, like the kind you buy at Walmart, so that when you have a barbecue, you have some disposable dishes and you don't have to clean up. Now, this is a restaurant, so you would expect them to have dishes, but there are none. They're using paper bowls, and that leaves me wondering if perhaps normally they don't use dishes at all, and they just eat with their hands out of this bowl of slop in the middle of the table. That is literally my best possible guess for this, because I assume that Jacob Frey said, hey, I can't eat with my hands because I'll get bullied on Twitter for eating like a savage. So they said, okay, Whitey, here's some cheap silverware and here's some paper bowls that we got at Walmart for you. That is the only thing I can come up with to explain why he's eating like this. But we're not talking about the bowls here. We're talking about his face. Take a good look at his face as he eats the Somali slop, chat. Oy vey, this really, oh my God, oh my Yahweh, really good. This is really good. Wow. I'm gonna dig into this. Look at his spoon. Okay, don't look at his face. You looked at his face, you know his face. Okay, he takes the bite, right? He eats the bite and he's like, whoa, buddy. Wow. We're gonna watch just his spoon. Watch what he's gonna take a huge second scoop of this food that he loves. He's digging in there. Damn, he's getting a big spoonful of that. Oh, he's just shoveling the food around in the bowl like a child, trying to make it look like their vegetables have been thinned out. Look at that. Look at it again. Gonna get a big old spoonful of this. Yeah. Yep. I'm digging right in. Can't get enough. Suffer. Next. So Ron DeSantis is the governor of Florida, my governor, and he is the best governor in the entire country. This man is so on point. He is my favorite Hispanics of all time at this point. He just can't help himself. Everything he tweets is a fucking banger. He should honestly, if he ran for president right now, he might. He might be a good pick if he's at all fucking honest. I know he's like super pro-Israel, but they're all pro-Israel. He can't look, as long as he gets rid of the Indians, I will allow him to build a gigantic gold monument to Israel in Palestine. I don't care. Just get rid of the Indians. And Ron DeSantis might be our guy for that. But Ron's departure from the governorship has left open a position to be filled, a very important position. The governor of one of the most GOP leaning states right now, especially since Texas is 23% white in the under 18 demographic and will soon be red or blue forever and ever and ever and ever, lost forever, unless we deport them all. Florida, however, despite having a high Hispanic population, actually remains very red because the Latinos there really don't like socialists for some reason. So, who does Zion Don pick for this very important election? A guy called Byron Donalds, and despite how white his name sounds, he is a black guy. Now, in the race, there is a contender who is America First, but not picked by Donald Trump personally, called I think James Fishbeck, and he's the good choice. He's the gooder choice, but the MAGA people don't like him because he's contesting Byron Donalds, the hand-picked competition. So let's see who Trump has picked. You ready? Byron registered as a Democrat until 2010. He defended Trayvon Martin, who, if you don't remember, was a young Florida boy who just went out for some Skittles and Arizona iced tea and was murdered by evil white man. What's his face? I forget his name. Claimed George Floyd was murdered. Buddy with Mills, who sucks. Buddy with Fine, who I don't have an opinion on him. He was convicted of theft. Why? What are you? You're a politician. Why are you convicted of theft? What is it about you that made you steal, buddy? And then somehow made millions of dollars disappear from a charter school. Okay, so that's why Fishbeck is opposed to him. Now, Fishbeck has been finding some clips, some nice tiny little sound bites to play of this guy. Let's see what he has to say. This is, I believe, is in 2021, very recent.
We do have a responsibility to the Afghans who actually gave their lives and either put their families in harm's way to help us and assist us in our mission. We have a responsibility to do what needs to be done for them. We do have a responsibility.
Okay, so the responsibility that we owe to Afghans is to deport them all forever and to take anybody with any Afghani ancestry and forcibly denaturalize them by any means necessary. So I'm not a huge fan of that point right there. How about this one right here? I'm not sure when this was. The guy doesn't say. Let's take a listen.
Modernize a lot of these different visa programs. Do all that work. Do it. Get it done. And I think the American people, whether you're liberal or conservative, will say, okay, now that our immigration system is sound and modernized and we've secured our country, now let's take a look at the people who are here illegally. And I think the American people, we're great people. We're a good people. We're a beneficent people. And with
Beneficent. This motherfucker picked that up listening to a gospel preacher on black entertainment television. Beneficent. Motherfucker.
Those people who are here working hard, doing those things that they should be doing is just as good neighbors and good people, we would make them and put them on this pathway to citizenship. But I think the pathway to actually fixing immigration in our country is possible. But we have to have honest conversations with ourselves. We got to have honest brokers, frankly, on both sides of the aisle, because we can come to a solution that actually respects citizenship in our country and actually creates a stable, legal immigration process in our country.
I don't think so. So what we need to do is clamp down on immigration, and then we'll just naturalize everybody, and then the problem solved. No illegal immigrants in the country. If you don't know, the immigration system for the U.S. is completely insane. Our immigration system is literally pants on head retarded. It is effectively impossible for a person in Europe. I've spoken to so many people who are either in like Poland or the UK or Italy or whatever, and they want to come over to the United States. There is no way for an educated white person to legally come into the United States without one of two main avenues. A job offer, which you're not going to fucking get because all of our companies are only hiring Indians. 80% of our H-1Bs are Indians, or through marriage. So you either have to shack up for a green card or you have to get hired to come to the United States. We have no sane way. We don't even have ways for like extended family to legally come over. It is a system, however, that incentivizes coming over illegally and then adjusting. So unless you want to spend multiple years waiting on a green card to come through the embassy system, you literally, the sane way, and the immigration lawyers can't tell you to do this, but they'll just hint and say, yeah, just do that. You bring them in to the country illegally, and then you file immediately for an adjustment of status. And that's it. That is the number one way to come into the United States. You just come in illegally and adjust status. Now, who is going to do that? Brown people. White people from Europe are like afraid of the government and will never ever question them. So this is a terrifying prospect to them, to come over to the country illegally and then adjust status. But who's willing to do that? Somalis, Indians, Mexicans, Chinese people from the Communist Party that are spying on us. Those are the people who go over this way. So we have a fully dysfunctional immigration system that cannot be fixed. You effectively have to take everything that we have right now and destroy it and then rebuild it from the ground up with an emphasis on importing people who are compatible with our country. Because we've done this since the 70s, we've just completely broken our immigration system. Next. Oh, yes. Okay. So there's disorder, disarray, panic, terror, confusion in the Republican Party, with Vivek Ramaswamy and Byron Donalds being the worst possible gubernatorial picks for two very important states. What is Donald Trump concerned about at this moment?
Your mother called, she said rape.
Donald Trump making gay anal rape great again. In the United States prison system, they are completely dismantling anti-rape measures that were put in place to stop gay and transgender and intersex people from being raped. So it is now an official DOJ, Department of Corrections policy. Rape is back on the menu. Good job, Donald. We're making America rape again. Finally. Thank you, Diddler Don. Great. That is the rape segment. Next. I don't know why I put this here. We're going to see a black guy get hit by a car. Is this a Rolls Royce? Are black people making so much money just watching black people be wild on like live stream that they're just buying like Rolls Royces? Because who else does the galaxy thing in the ceiling? That's like a Rolls Royce thing, isn't it? Oh, they rented it. How do you guys know this? Do you guys watch this shit? What do you know what this is? So they rented a Rolls Royce and they're gonna go vroom vroom in their car. Okay.
Bro, this nigga Jay Sean just hit me, bro.
Get out. What the fuck?
Bro, this nigga Jay Sean just hit me, bro.
Why'd that nigga Deshaun hit him, bro?
Get out the car. Get out the car. Get out the car.
Bro, this nigga Jay Sean just hit me, bro.
Is there anyone inside or out? People that are prepared, please respond. People that have BMW.
Wait, is that like, does Rolls Royce have that thing where it's like, there's that scene in iRobot where the car gets knocked off the bridge and then a robot responds and is like, you have been in an accident. It's like that. It's like the robot's like, hey, hello, this is Shaniqua, Atlanta call center. Your call's reported as you've been in an accident. Is you there? Is you responsive and shit? That's very cool. I can't believe Deshaun did that. What a fucker. Next, cookies. This is cookies. What a nice picture, you might think. Josh, where did you get those cookies? Is this slop? Is this AI slop? In fact, many people presume, because the cookies are so nice, that they must be AI slop. However, chat, I can conclusively prove the cookies is not slop. Cookie. Stencil. Verification coin. Cookie. Okay, watch this. You can see real cookie, real sugar. Okay. Eating cookie. Elon Musk can't do this. Elon Musk can't do that, chat. That is the truth. That is the truth of the matter. Okay. All right. I suppose I'll talk about the positive poly thing, right? So, yeah, let me move this out of order a little bit, and then I will discuss this. So this is jumping ahead a bit, but Liz Fong Jones, who of course pioneered End Kiwi Farms and then later rebranded to End Network Harassment because the Kiwi Farms did not end, put out this skeet on Blue Skeet and said, I should be clear why I'm not going scorched earth. I just want to be left alone. If they don't have positions of public trust and they don't come around to surreptitiously stalk me, tee-hee-hee, etc., then I'm content to leave them alone. But knowing who to avoid is really important for my safety. And they are definitely not actually bluffing when they claim to have access to me in real life, unfortunately. Have had loads of people telling me they were bluffing. From a sample size of several, there are in fact former colleagues of mine. The pattern basically appears to boil down to career setback and or personal trauma, resulting in the person collectively blaming trans people for their situation, and then taking it out on one prominent trans ex-colleague they knew and scapegoating that person as categorically evil, etc. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention aggravating factor of racism. In order to indulge one's transphobia on Kiwi Farms, someone would also have to scroll past a lot of racism and condone it. But some of these men are already pretty racist, and well, I'm brown, which makes them extra aggro to me. What he's referring to is the fact that he knows for a fact a lot of people around him have joined the Kiwi Farms to talk about him. This is a recurring trend. Now, he seems to shift this on to the fact that they're simply racist transphobes who, when dealing with a professional setback because they're low IQ racist transphobes, tend to immediately blame him for their problems. I have heard from many people who have proven to me that they have worked with Liz Fong Jones from all the way back to Google to current situations. There are people who are speaking to Liz Fong Jones this week who are in contact with me. And I know for a fact that everyone hates this fucking lunatic. I just want to let you know, because you're going to hear it, everyone hates you. You stink. They tell me that you stink and that you are basically you're someone looking for problems. You look for problems to cause because that's how you get high. You can't masturbate anymore because you cut off your dick. So you get high and coom by causing problems for other people. And that's why they hate you. It's not a professional setback. It's the fact that you stink and you cause problems for people. Nobody's racist against Asians, by the way, except for black people. Then they beat them up on the train for causing COVID or whatever the fuck. But you're not brown. You can't claim to be brown. You're not Byron Donalds. You're not Vivek Ramaswamy. You're Chinese. Nobody gives a shit. But he effectively declares that Drop Kiwi Farms is dead. Here, this one. Mood. The number of my ex-colleagues who are Kiwi farmers is more than just the one I've outed so far. And he tries to do a thing, or it's like, if you put this in, you put your name in and you check the sum, I know that you're a farmer. So he's saying, I'll dox anyone around me who's a Kiwi farmer so I can ruin your career. But I'm just such a sweet, innocent angel, and it's just your fault. I'm actively threatening everyone around me to stay in line, but, I'm just a nice person, and it's your fault that you're an evil, racist, transphobe, Nazi bigot. Anyways, my point with the positive poly thing is that I assumed that when Drop Kiwi Farms stuff ended, there would be a bit more of a hurrah. There would be like a moment where everyone's like, holy shit, that farm is still up and they resisted all this shit, and that's worth celebrating. And that never happened. In fact, if anything, I would say that because I've taken like an anti-lolicon stance and an anti-Nick Fuentes stance, for principled reasons, a lot of people who would probably celebrate our accomplishments despise me. I think that the people who are like chronically addicted to gooning to anime pornography probably hate me more than trannies do in general at this point. So as a result, the 4chan audience that the trannies would naturally think I try to cultivate hate the Kiwi Farms because of XYZ reason. And 4chan thinks that we're full of trannies and Puritan holes that hate pornography and are trying to steal their heckin' wholesome porn and censor them. So as a result, I have nobody. The only people who give a fuck about what I have to say either watch my podcast or have used the site for 10 plus years now. So unfortunately, my point is that we never recovered from Drop Kiwi Farms in the way that I would have liked. Where everyone's like, wow, this guy weathered the storm and therefore he can be trusted. It's a return to a baseline of about 2021. And then more people just fucking with us because they don't like whatever post they saw. The pedophile spamming child porn forcing me to take a detour from what I would desire to work on the NCMEC reporting system, which, by the way, I got to put into practice this week, so I know it works. I feel like if I had a little party blower, I could reenact the scene from Futurama where Fry celebrates the millennium, like, woo, here's to another lousy millennium, and he blows the party blower. That's me. Oh, I did it. It worked. Great. Cool. So that put me into a bit of a rut where it was frustrating. I was not seeing enough Indians being deported. Wasn't seeing the respect I so rightfully deserve. As my income increases, my expenses also proportionally increase. And the things I need to buy get more expensive to meet the demands of what I'm trying to do. It's very frustrating because I expected to be rewarded. So I dug into my whole chat and I contemplated all manner of existential questions. And I have come to the realization that the determination that expecting to be rewarded for beating evil people like Liz Fong Jones and the pedophile is misguided. You don't get rewarded for beating evil. That is the baseline. That is the expectation. Beating evil doesn't enter you into a lottery where God is going to co-sign your mortgage or buy you a Rolls Royce. It is just what you must do, chat. It is your expectation. It is your status quo is triumphing over the evil, chat. And unfortunately, you don't get bonus points. You don't get entered into the raffle. You just have to do it, chat. So there's no point dwelling on it. I've simply done the job that needs to be done, and the boulder, inevitably, chat, must be pushed back up the hill. So I'm very excited about my break. I'm taking the 2 weeks off. After next stream will be the last stream for the year. I'm taking my 2 weeks off. I am getting an extraordinary amount of programming work done. I probably produced more functional code in the last 2 months than I have in like the last 5+ years combined. And a lot of that's AI assisted, but I'm very, very good at guiding it and reviewing the work and producing functional results. And in particular, I've been developing as part of USIPS a program I'm calling MUT. I haven't created a fun backronym for it. I will be calling it MUT though. Something like moderating, unlawful, something. It's it's a work in progress name and a work in progress project, but it will be an AI system for detecting child abuse material. And the main thing that I was very apprehensive of this idea when I first thought of it, because you would instinctively believe that you have to have illegal material to train a model to identify it. I have a different approach that will require zero illegal material to accomplish this. It's a simple additive concept, but it does involve machine learning, which is why I want the server that has the cards, which I will get one day. I have the lease that I can try to deploy to, but that's what I'm working on. And I'm actually really, really pleased in like the last week how much I've gotten done and how good it is at detecting what I need it to. Obviously, I can't see how it works in production until someone tries to attack the server once it's ready to go. But I'm making progress on that. There's a lot that I want to do. And I honestly, I miss programming. I don't know. I haven't been programming for the last while because it's difficult to feel motivated for it, but I've been feeling more motivated recently. So that's my thought. I needed to process a lot of things over the last month, which is why I didn't sound so elated. And everyone gets mad at me. That's the worst thing. It's like, look, I'm in a bad mood, chat. I have to. Wait, hold up. There's a line from Dota 2 that I have to think of. The Puck says it. Puck, Dota 2 voice line. Where is it? Aha! This is it. This was me this is me now as I emerge from my cocoon chat.
I am done contemplating imponderables.
Every Dota 2 line is etched into my brain forever, and I will randomly think of them for some reason. Because I have spent so many thousands and thousands of hours of brainwashing myself to memorize every facet of the fucking game. That's it. I can no longer speak on the next things. Okay, so you have to go. Here is the QR code. The Neil Maham. I should have done this before I started talking, so you guys would have had time. The Neil Maham is being disposed of. Finally, I need to should I touch the bullets? I feel like I should touch the bullets and even them out a bit. Yeah. The thing is, when I do this, they start to crush a little bit. Maybe I need to. I designed it in this way where it has like that parabolic look to it. Maybe I should not do that. I should make it more flat. Who knows? Okay. That's it. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye. Sorry that you're on YouTube. Sorry that you're stuck with Neil Mahan. All right. So, next. The YouTube situation is absolutely insane. So this is what's happened. You ready? Here is our world under a combination of artificial intelligence and actually Indians. This guy, see, I want the actual screenshot. For some reason, this guy has put video game footage instead of the thing that I actually want to see in this fucking video, so I can't read this. This guy was banned from YouTube for reuse content. If you remember, the Mad at the Internet archive, or the clip channel, was the exact same thing. It was the Mad at the Internet YouTube channel owned by Mad at the Internet LLC, featuring video content spoken and orated by Joshua Moon on a channel owned by Joshua Moon. But for whatever reason, the Indians, the Pajits, and the ML responsible for moderating YouTube's unoriginal content guidelines, once they re-implemented that, banned the channel and said you're re-eligible to reapply within 3 months. Well, we had at the same exact time, for reasons unknown to me, the actual Mad at the Internet channel was unbanned on YouTube. So I simply monetized that, and I did not have to wait 3 months to do so. So that's where the channel is now on YouTube. Some people got banned on their mains. And so one person in particular went to the federal court system and sued YouTube for unlawful termination of his channel under their own terms. And the court agreed that he was unlawfully terminated and ordered him, as in with a court order, to unban his account. And to this day, his account is not banned, or is still banned. It is not unbanned. So YouTube is just flat out ignoring a court order to unban a channel. When we got banned from the creator platform, I tried going apeshit. I tried contacting everybody, and I thought for sure that if I pulled out all my big super Karen mode complaints and just went down the email chain and annoyed the fuck out of them, eventually I would get a hold of a human that would necessarily unban my account, because it was just so patently bullshit, just so completely obviously wrong. And I never succeeded. And now I realize that I never would have succeeded, no matter how hard I try, because the system is so broken, YouTube is so incompetent, it is so cheated up, that even when the United States federal government tells them to unban a thing, something that should take one button press, they can't do it. They can't accomplish it. So I stood no chance. There was not a chance in hell that I would have gotten unbanned from YouTube. So, I don't know. I honestly, it's like with the ad execs. Like, why are we not being meaner to these people? Why are we not dragging these executives who are mismanaging so much important stuff? Why are we not dragging them out in handcuffs? Why are we not freezing their assets? Why are we not seizing their property? Why is Neil Mahan, who is the CEO of this company and the ultimate person responsible for its day-to-day operations, why is he free to walk about my country despite being a Jeep when he is in violation of a federal court order? I don't understand it. We need to seriously just start throwing these people in fucking jail until they figure out how to fix their shit. Okay, I don't know the full details of this. Hopefully there's nothing horrifically terrible in this post. Apparently, the Swayjack Party, as part of No Nut November celebrations, doxed 100 different gooners. So, I'm not sure if there's like a rundown for this. I did not look at this before. Oh no, there's a big post for it. Okay. Here we go. Operation No Nut November was a win raid, apparently. This is so old school. This is like Encyclopedia Dramatica back when it wasn't complete shit. All right. This is a really, really risky scroll. Seth Pup, Christopher Wiedlich, was a BBC fetishist furry porn artist who stopped being active in 2022, but they're active on Patreon now. They were... Okay, this is their valid voice. Okay.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, is this Christopher?
Yes.
So, I'm actually calling from the National Nigger Registry, and we're just calling up all the niggers and spics just to let them know that they're like on here.
Oh, the what?
I'm with the National Nigger Registry.
Oh, what?
Like the National Nigger Registry.
He just can't process it. He has no idea what to say to this.
What is that?
So, it's like a very long list full of niggers and spics and all that. And we just like call them.
I appreciate that. Adelier Solthair, power word Michael Turley, a 40-year-old man who states to be a huge perv on Twitter and Bluesky, and doesn't like the Kiwi farms. Any tolerance of Kiwi farms of the Thorth is completely unacceptable. I've been loud about this for fucking years. It's a poisoned well. Brands have no pride. That's a nice xylophone in the background. I want more videos. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This fucking guy, dude. This guy spends all of his disposable income on, like, the creepiest shit. This fat fucking loser. Day 3, they sent pizza to their house. Is it like a call? It's like, what is this? Is this like live chat?
But yeah, I have at least one picture of our group together. So you can see me in between the two yeens. The cute yeen, the stinky yeen, the deer, and the...
I despise those. This is why we need fascism. We need an oppressive authoritarian regime that just disposes of people.
Want me to post? Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you already have it, go ahead and put that in the Discord.
This is the pizza?
We have someone at the door. Please hold.
It's like an invisible entity just unzipped their flesh suit, and the flesh suit just like flopped forward. Like from behind, they just pulled the zipper down the back of their head and just like and draped like a wet noodle. Where's the pizza? He's arguing with the pizza man. Oh no.
Yeah, it was. They had my screen. They had my actual name and my screen name. Yep.
Is he crying over the pizza?
Yep. All right, I'm back in here, guys. Sorry about that. Get my paws back up here. And get me back into my spot. Oh, geez, I am way off key.
Oh my
There we
god.
are.
What a fucking nightmare. Alright, Shy Guy 9. Well, they didn't call him. We said $6,000 of wasted pizza. I feel bad for the pizza. And the pizza men. They have to go over to somebody's house, spend their gasoline, and then get told no. I'm not a fan of wasting pizza man's time. Okay, it's very funny like to listen to the calls, but think of the pizza, goddammit. Okay. This is adjacent, kind of. The Midwest Fur Fest, which is actually one of the largest ones. I think that. No, I'm thinking of Rainforest was the one that had the diaper fiasco. I've heard of Midwest though. I think YMS goes there. One of the vendors, speaking of YMS, one of the vendors was discovered to have cast dildos from life, which means that they sell actual animal cock. Somebody had to take putty or something and erect a dog penis and then mold the dog penis and then sell the productions of the dog penis mold so that human beings can pay absurd amounts of money for it and then shove it into their assholes. This is a real thing, and this is the greatest argument against capitalism ever made. You know, you say like, well, capitalism creates what there's demand for, but if the demand is for cast of animal cock, maybe it's bad. Maybe we should go back to agrarianism. I think that might be better. If I had to pick, it would be a really tough toss-up. So this is the statement from FurFest in regards to the vendor. We appreciate your patience as we worked out the concerns raised about one of our vendors. Social media moves fast, but responsible action, especially when outside counsel is needed, takes more time. Why do you have to talk to a lawyer? Oh my god, we have a guy that's like selling doggy dick, and we don't know what we want to do about it. Can you like help us, Mr. Attorney Guy? What do we do? Often the details are more complicated than what's visible from the outside. Did they craft dog dick or not? What is there to suss out? Do they say that they craft from life dog dick or no? Although we can't comment on ongoing legal matters, in re Dog Dick, State of Missouri, We can share that Exotic Erotics will not be attending the convention this year. At the conclusion of 2025, we'll be revisiting dealer processes, and we encourage everyone to uplift and support the vendors who reflect what you want the community to be. They want dog dick. What's so fucking hard to figure out? Your community wants dog dick. What is the misconception here? What are we ironing out? Okay, I covered this a long time ago, but basically there was a video from Vietnam of a guy jerking off, and then somebody cuts his head off while he's beating off, which supposedly makes it the first actual snuff film, a pornographic snuff. There has been discussion of snuff. There's like the Serbian film where people say it's snuff, but it's like fake. Supposedly this was the first ever human recorded event of a murder that was for sexual gratification purposes that had made it onto the internet and been verified. Well, they caught him. They caught the murderer who made the first snuff film. And I gotta say, this is in Vietnam. I don't know what the hell is up with Vietnam, but like those are the youngest kids ever. They're like holding the most degenerate gooner who's ever lived. And the guy on the right looks like he had to like pull his uniform, his bailiff uniform, out of his locker after school was over so he could go work at his bailiff job. I don't know, maybe just Asians just look really young, but that kid looks like he's too young to drink. Even in Vietnam. So I don't know. I wouldn't try. Listen, I'm sure he's a tough young dude, okay? But I would not trust him to handle this deranged gooner. Too dangerous. They're 39. All right. This is Roy Philipose. I teased that I'd be talking about him. Roy Philipose has filed 5 different lawsuits against the Kiwi Farms in the Copyright Claims Board. If you've never heard of the Copyright Claims Board, don't worry. It doesn't do anything. It was created by an act of Congress in 2022 and is effectively a legal mediator as a department of the Copyright Office. Its job is to handle small claims related to copyright disputes where both the defendant and the plaintiff consent to arbitration through the Copyright Claims Board. There are disadvantages and advantages to doing this. The disadvantages, it is a final adjudication. If the Copyright Claims Board, which is basically just 3 IP lawyers, decide that you're guilty or that your claim doesn't pass, you've agreed to a finality of your legal argument. So if you disagree with what they have to say, you can't then appeal it to federal court. You give up your right to do so. There are benefits, though, despite that. The other detriment I should mention is that it's brand new. I think there's 12 final determinations that they've ever made. So, and one of them is really bad. One of them in the first year, Steven Crowder played a minute and a half of some retard song. And despite the fact that Steven Crowder was making fun of him and making fun of his song, they found him guilty of copyright infringement and ordered him to pay the statutory minimum of $750 because there is no real-world value to the work. But that's still a bad determination. That's like peak peak fair use, is playing a part of something to criticize it. So it really doesn't instill a lot of confidence in the system if one of their first determinations is just completely wrong and kind of out of line with the federal guidelines. But there are benefits. The first one is that unlike in all other courts in the entire country, if you are a board member or owner of an LLC, you can represent your company pro se, and that's a huge advantage because if you're a one-person LLC and somebody sues you in federal court or state court or anywhere else, you have to hire an attorney because LLCs enjoy personhood, and you cannot represent anybody except yourself, including your own companies, if you are not a licensed attorney in that particular court. So even if you are a licensed attorney, if you're not a licensed attorney in that specific jurisdiction, you can't represent even your own company, even if you're the only person in the company. So it's supposed to be cost effective. And there's also a cap. In federal court, there are punitive damages up to $150,000, and there's also actual damages. So if you get hit with 10 counts of copyright infringement, you're looking at up to $1.5 million in punitive damages just for copyright infringement, not including actual damages. Whereas in the tribunal, they look at actual damages and it's capped at $30,000. So those are the advantages of it. This guy who's filed this is an insane person. He's the guy that sang the song at the beginning of the stream. So even me playing that, according to the copyright board, even to make fun of him, that is potentially $750 of copyright infringement. So let's read his complaint. And there's something about this that I will not point out on stream, but it's being discussed in the thread because I don't want to articulate this in a way that he can understand. Okay. So this is what he's saying. Where the alleged infringing acts occurred, such as physical place or online, if unknown, type unknown. So your lawsuit is actually just a form. And then you have to consent to this process. He says, wrongful copyright violation has occurred online. Kiwi Farms is an underground discussion platform where individuals are targeted and can result in harassment and abuse. I have been personally and wrongfully targeted. The threat on me is full of lies, misinformation, and copyright violations. Locale LLC is an American company. Joshua Moon is the owner of Locale. He will answer takedown requests. Then there's a link to CBS News saying that the Kiwi Farms was blocked by Cloudflare. And then he mentions one of his other bullshit filings that he made. He says, my original claim of an unlawful display and distribution of College Truth 2 will be removed at this time. There was a DMCA takedown notice sent by authorized party DMCA.com. Locale refused to take down my College Truth 2 file. I then filed this claim. After I sent my second notice and indicated their liability, Locale took down College Truth 2 file. So I did what he's asking for that he sued me for. The concern is that any user on Kiwi Farms can upload this file again in the future. I removed the original claim of theft of College Truth 2 because I'm not sure if I can still file or not. The claim going forward is the unauthorized derivative of College Truth 2. And get ready, this is what he's suing for. There is a post where this guy links to a Google Drive video, which is not copyright infringement, that's already gone. But not because of that link, because this guy painstakingly, with the help of 10 other people, commentated over the entire video. And he's saying that these notes created by users to critique and summarize his 10-hour-long video is unlawful copyright infringement and that he owns it and that I do not have permission to use this on my website, even though I've been granted explicit permission by all 10 of these people to use their notes as a result of them posting it on the forum. And he is suing me for copyright infringement for things that he did not create that are commentaries on his video, which he published. And if you want to know what his video is about, College Truth 2, it is this fat fucking loser sitting there and complaining about how college did not prepare him for life and that he's a sad sack piece of shit and he's never accomplished anything ever. That's it. So he is even saying in this, first of all, he thanks them for helping him file his bullshit litigation. He says it's willful copyright infringement. He says College Truth 2 was copied from his YouTube channel. He's finding out about the unauthorized derivative work text summary this month based on my work. He says he has a YouTube channel, and it's a problem for two reasons. A non-authorized derivative work was created from the work without my permission. That is literally the definition of fair use. A fair use work is a derivative. It is not a copy. It is not a reproduction. It is a derivative. Therefore, it has very good grounds for being fair use. So he effectively admits in his complaint that we have a right to have this text on the website. And then he says this, the third-party user, this is the other whammy. There's 4 pillars to fair use. This is number 1. He's arguing in our favor. Number 2, The third-party user notes detail the whole work in full, but can be misleading and bypass watching the content video, thus hurting the market share of the video file. This goes beyond fair use. And then it says documentation, the pictures only show a small sample. So he's saying that the derivative work is so different from the video that it harms it because it is not a fair representation of it. So not only is it a derivative, but it's not a fair representation of it. So it's different, as in it's a different work, which is also in the fair use of it. Okay, this is the best part. You ready? So this explains why he's filing this. Guess what? Do you think that's because of the harm to the market value of this video, which does not exist online because he's trying to delete every copy of it? No, of course not. He says, harm. I am an independent content creator. I take a loss when my content is illegally distributed elsewhere. I assume my whole content catalog, a minimum of 50 US copyrighted videos, have been stolen and illegally uploaded to the Kiwi farms. I have already sent general correspondence to Joshua Moon about taking down my content. But he refuses and thinks he's entitled to my work for free. He's not. So he sent me emails literally saying that he is my slave and I own all of everything that he's ever made. So if this ever goes to court, I have to show them emails where he explicitly says in no uncertain terms that he is my slave and I have his express permission to use everything he has ever made. Now, he tried to backtrack this, but I'm not sure if he can. It's very confusing. I don't know if he wants me to use it or not. He explicitly says that I can, so I'm not sure. And then he says this, my health has declined a lot. He's saying that we're literally murdering him because they've written synopsises over his fucking video. I can't police the internet forever. The energy and time spent policing just one file and filing a copyright claim is unbearable. I am tired and exhausted. My health is not good. The owner, Joshua Moon, assumed that I could be taken advantage of. He is dead wrong. I am seeking maximum statutory damages and the removal of the content and any archival links. Thank you, Roy Philipose. So this guy produces nothing. He literally is 50 years old. He does not work. He got fired from Vanguard. Here's why he got fired from Vanguard. You ready? He considers himself an independent wealth expert. And while he worked at Vanguard managing boomers' portfolios and probably driving them into the fucking ground, he started up his own like stock trading investment company and started talking about how he was going to start poaching clients from Vanguard, which obviously is a violation of their employee rules, but it's also probably federally illegal to do that, especially because he's not licensed by the SEC to be a fiduciary or to manage other people's money in any way, shape, or form. So not only was his company basically not real, not only was he threatening his employer, not only was he threatening to break the law to steal from his employer, he was also threatening to start up something that he didn't have any right to do because he's not licensed to manage people's money. So this guy is literally, he's been in this country his entire life. He's never accomplished anything. He's never produced anything. He's never created any value. He connives, he threatens to steal, he threatens to break federal laws, and he threatens to gamble with other people's money. He's like trying to show himself off as like an equestrian here or some shit because there's like a horse in the background. As like I'm a cool guy and I have like a ranch with a horse. But he's at a horse racing establishment. He's literally a gambler. And he wants to gamble with other people's money. So this is a funny thing. He wrote this years ago. He's been doing this since 2014. But he wrote this years ago. We're in his fight with the trolls. And this post, which I remember seeing some time ago, makes a whole lot more sense considering certain revelations. This is called his no integrity list. Last updated April 30th, 2025. He says, note, he's asking for a job. He wants the job for his AX growth model, which he's already abandoned. This was his scam that he wanted to manage ETFs or whatever, even though he's not licensed to do so. So last updated April 30th, 2025, the no integrity list trademark. Is this actually... Hold up. No, that's not a trademark. No, he's just full of shit. You know what's a trademark, chat? Yeah, there you go. That's what a fucking trademark looks like. It's actually a service mark, and it has a little ribbon. So when you say that you have a trademark for this bullshit, you're actually full of fucking shit, okay? Oh, he even has a thing where it's like you can't select text because it's like, no, you can't steal my no integrity text. My no integrity list is so important, sir. It is my own original created work, sir. Do not copy, do not steal 2024, sir. The no integrity list, NIL, illegally noted as a trademark, is just a list of people and organizations who have no integrity. Integrity. Interesting word choice, chat. Would have washed right over my head in 2024, but now it has this other ring to it. Who have no integrity and who have harmed me in some way. I have originally posted about them on my personal blog. Here are additional uses for the no integrity list. There are too many to list here. An apology and payment is needed to eventually be removed from the list. That is legally extortion. I am an artist. I should be recording and performing my music, but my health is not good and all of that is delayed. I have integrity. I cannot speak for others. Roy Philipose. So this guy is literally saying, I have Azat, and I am going to make big Azat damage lists, sir, unless you pay me, unless you comply with my extortion, sir. I will make big Azat damage to your reputation, sir. Your manam will never recover, sir. I'm not gonna read any of this shit. This fat fuck. He put the Reddit moderator on the internet as a no Azat haver. I'm gonna put this Reddit Janny on the internet as a fucking no Azat haver. You fucking no Azat haver. You fucking no Azat haver. Okay, I have to show you what he's actually famous for, I think. Give me a second. You guys might actually recognize this guy. This is the original. Sorry, I didn't pull this up ahead of time. So, oh look, we got a wiggler. Please wiggle to me. I need to know what is happening, sir.
All right, welcome everyone, and as always, thanks for being an investor.
Okay. There we go. There's our boy. This is what made him famous.
Quick follow-up.
I are at a minimum, and then we'll evaluate at that point.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up. I've been asking to speak to you now for 2 years. To talk.
Look at that guy's face and the boomer. Like, I get low this fucking Jeet.
To tell you that I'm also a super genius like yourself.
Okay.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sure I'm one, but all right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm just saying serious. This is to all benefit of Tesla shareholders in the world. I am a capitalist like yourself. I am also a level 2 stage. I've been waiting for 10 years now for someone to give me a second look, a full second look. And if they did, they would see a very advanced mind in front of them. So I'm asking you today, can you give me a second look?
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what a second look in what I'm not sure in what regard.
I would like to come on board as vice chairman of Tesla.
Well, we don't really have a vice chairman spot, but yeah. I mean, I think that's I don't think so. I'd have to say no. I'm probably sorry.
I'm sorry. I can also apply for a future CEO position, but I would at least I would like to come on the board of the directors. I apologize. Is it to the benefit of Tesla shareholders?
I think we need to move on to another question. My apologies.
I apologize. Thank you for your time.
All right.
So fucking awkward. That went super viral because you had this disgusting looking smelly G who's like, please sir, can I become the owner of Tesla, sir? I am a level 2 super genius like yourself, sir. I will make extraordinary benefit to the shareholders, sir. And then something happened though. Something at this moment caused Elon Musk, despite witnessing the profundity of this moment, where he was like, I need Infinity Indians to run all of my companies. Yeah. Just we saw the cringe, but in person he was radiating mind-washing super genius waves that permanently infected Elon Musk's brain forever. So that is literally Roy Philipose. That is not a joke. That's actually him. And he has spent the last 10 years trying to scrub any people making fun of him for this humiliating. I mean, frankly, what do you think his azat, his manam, is after having to apologize and grovel to this white dog to get an executive position that he did not even get, Sa? It must have bottomed out. It must have been zero. So he has been scrambling to try and recover whatever integrity he can possibly get off the back of this. And his way of doing this is to literally just scream at people and sue them. So this is from Roy Philipose to Mortadella, I believe, because Mortadella had a YouTube account that rehosted this clip and other shit that he had done. It says, "You are a liar. You do not know me. I have never abused the copyright system. It is my belief that the claimant, Mr. Philipose, is a malicious actor." This is a quote, by the way. "Who was upset by the criticism against him, and so he abused the copyright system on YouTube to remove it. He has a history of disregarding the U.S. copyright statute in order to falsely strike YouTube channels that criticize him. You used my content stolen from me and picked up at Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms has illegally republished all of my content, sir. You owe me $100,000, sir, for defamation. You called me a nutjob in the video titled, 'I have never been.' I am going to file copyright complaints." Roy Philipose, "I don't offer consent for this email to be made public." And then he sent, and then he did this to me, by the way. He sent the email of him saying that he was my slave to the FBI. And he literally said to the FBI, "Police, he is saying that I am his slave now after I said that I was his slave. This is in violation of my 14th Amendment constitutional rights to not be a slave, sir." So this is Roy Philipose to YouTube, this guy in particular, and also the Federal Bureau of Investigation for Philadelphia, where he says, which is where he's from a city, by the way, called King of Prussia. King of Prussia in Pennsylvania. Is that not the coolest name of a town ever? The fucking King of Prussia. This smelly Jeetsar does not belong anywhere near anything as cool as the King of Prussia, okay? FBI, here is an example of the abuse I have received since 2014. You are aware of such. Since 2014, due to a misunderstanding, sir, lies and misinformation continue to be published about me on unregulated social media. I am one of the most defamed and harassed people on the lowercase I internet, sir. There is no fact-checking required to publish. This has caused great harm to me and my family, and emotional distress resulting in poor health and financial loss. A press release will be coming soon. My health is not good, sir. No, surely he's not implying that he's a stress eater. That would explain a lot. Maybe the stress is... Well, actually, I think that's not even true. We can look at him here. He's still got that frog gullet thing going on. So he was stress eating well before the SAR confrontation of 2014. But I don't know. Maybe his health is in poor shape, not because of all the cyberbullying or because of a misunderstanding with SAR Musk, but because he's a giant fat piece of shit who's 50 plus fucking years old and weighs 350 fucking pounds because he eats that biryani shit all the time. That couldn't be it. Okay, and then there's this. This is one of his blog posts, I think. What is this? Oh, this is from this. Apparently this one in particular is worth going over. Okay, Warkikia is an amateur blogger on YouTube. He is an accomplished liar. Oh, I remember. I slotted this up because you might think, Josh, you're saying Jeet a lot and you're making fun of his stupid fucking country and his shit diet. Like, you know, that might end up in court and not look good. So I like to say that this is actually a two-way respect street, chat. This white person felt empowered to do a video and showcase me. While Kikia does not know me, he does not know what is going on and is not authorized to talk about me. He is a false authority. While Kikia never contacted me for validation like a real journalist would. Instead, just like other young and inexperienced bloggers, he relied on his own assumptions and non-validated third parties for information. YouTube will publish his lies and misinformation. He inserted his dumb and useless video game content to circumvent copyright infringement. David also violated my privacy by redistributing content online without my permission. Okay, on his website, by the way, it's like, what is it? There it is. This is his blog. This is his main thing. Okay, ready? Here's his intro. Look at it. What a lovely photo. What a nice photo. Please, I want to see as bulbous a chin as humanly fucking possible. Okay. Who am I? I'm an artist in R&B and hip-hop music. Aspiring portfolio manager, parentheses, stocks, philosopher, self-taught, entrepreneur, music, content, domain. So he's a domain squatter. Okay. He is from Philadelphia. He's Indian American. He's an ENTJ commander. His passions are music, and stocks. Music and stocks. Wow. To become an artist and to become a portfolio manager. He has a bachelor's of arts. He passed some kind of test. I forget what it was. I have been seeking an opportunity to become a portfolio manager since 1998. If anyone can help me with that, please contact me below. Like, I don't know a whole lot about stocks, but I assume if you want to be a portfolio manager, a really good indication that you know what you're doing and can be a portfolio manager is that you have a shit ton of money. Like if you're managing your own money, like Warren Buffett, and you've, 100x your own wealth since 1998, you're probably suitable to manage other people's money as well, right? Like that's usually how it goes. So if you're a broke ass fucking Jeet living in King of Prussia, which is like a small town outside of Philadelphia, you're probably not suitable to be a portfolio manager. What is my message? Improve quality of life. What the fuck does that mean? What about material wealth? I don't care for it. Material wealth doesn't bring you long-term happiness, you'll see. You want to be a portfolio manager. A portfolio manager who doesn't believe in material wealth is an oxymoron. You're a philosopher that doesn't believe in like your own existence. You're a musician who can't speak or play instruments. What is the fucking point of that? Like a pastor that doesn't believe in God. What about racism? We are a race of human beings from Africa. And okay, somebody get Robert Spear on the line to discuss how we're not from Africa and how the out of Africa theory is a debunked myth, okay? I care about your character, not your color. He says, as he goes on, how many times has White mentioned them? 3 times. This white person, the white owner of this website made false allegations. And then that is typical of white people to downplay their violence and abuse. Remember, January 6th was a day of celebration, sir. Oh, God. What is my greatest call? I tried to stop the spread of COVID, bioweapon, IMO. In April 2020, I tweeted to Homeland Security to set up military quarantine of people coming in. That would have made a difference. I deleted the tweet, but it should have been archived by Homeland. What about my infamous breakdown? Since 2014, lies and misinformation has been spread about me on social media. I was frustrated because I couldn't provide for myself and not because I wanted to run the Tesla company. Instead of getting assistance, I get misinformation and abuse. Don't believe everything on the lowercase I internet. I couldn't provide for myself, and I didn't even want to run Tesla, but I offered to run Tesla. If I was Elon Musk and I was going to pick a vice chair or a board member for Tesla, I would want somebody who is like the most enthusiastic person about that position possible. Someone who is like fucking stoked about green energy, about electric cars, about self-sufficient driving, who's a big fan of the brand, who wants to go colonize outer space. I want the guy that's like fucking that, man, who's like completely copacetic on this shared vision. I don't want the guy who's like, why do I want this job? Sir, I need income. Sir, I need money to feed myself. Sir. I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy running my company. The guy who's like, why are you applying for this position as fry chef at Whataburger? Because I need fucking cash to like eat and shit, dude. Like, I don't want that kind of job application for my C-level executives in my multi-billion-dollar corporation. All right, that's Roy. I want to hear his music. Do I dare? This could cost me $750 each, chat. F-cap, demo beat, upbeat tempo. This is like one of those jingles that you get when you, This is a level 2 super genius. People are making fun of the saw. I would give this beat a second look. Does he not sing? I want to hear more singing. Is this like AI generated? Yeah. He's like jeet slopping out fucking beats and trying to sell them. So I made very, very professional compositions of beats for your R&B and soul tracks. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. Next. This is some VTuber shit. From my understanding, I don't know if these are actually, I think these are actually troons. Unfortunately, they use the Kiwi Farms.
Wow.
I've been
And
banned
also
from
don't
Kiwi
forget-
Farms before.
It's like just, I don't know. It's silly. It's very silly.
I was making fun of people on Kiwi Farms and I got banned.
My favorite thing is when someone mentions Kiwi Farms in like a group chat and there's like audible awkwardness and uncomfortableness. Like you just said like, hey guys, I've just been reading Mein Kampf. And they're like, oh, Mein Kampf, huh? Any, so you like doing a book report? What's going on, buddy? Like, oh, Kiwi Farms. Oh man. So this was the account Rebel Lucy, who's been active recently. What are you doing, Rebel Lucy? He's been posting the tranny sideshows on social media. I'm not a TERF. I just agree with everything they say. You can call me that to dismiss me, you evil MRA misogynist. Okay, is he like a... The best part of this rant is you don't want to listen to my opinions, but when not only did I listen to you, I responded to you. Is he an MRA? Is this like a tranny MRA? Is that a thing? I imagine most trannies are MRAs. So he posted, what did he start posting for? Well, this may be true for some people. Okay, so abortions for all said, body dysmorphia really all comes from narcissistic neuroses. You have to think other people really give a fuck about the minute details and that you particularly are under constant scrutiny of the type literally no one has time to give to a stranger. You have to be so deep in your own navel that you start thinking of yourself as an outside observer of yourself, like you're always on stage. Rebel Lucy complains about this and says, while this may be true for some people, a lot of transgender people completely realize that we are not under scrutiny, especially those of us who pass very well. As a male, I'm a solid 8, and as a female, I'm a 7 or slightly better. That's very woman-coded. Whenever I hear women talk, like, oh my god, did you see Stacy? Oh my god, in that dress, she is totally like a 7+. If really, she just rocks the red. The red lip tip is what does it for her. You know, she was wearing green yesterday, and it was like maybe a 6, but when the red, she's a 7. You go, girl. That's how women talk to each other. They give each other concrete number evaluations over their appearances. I do obsess over very minor BS. Your penis. But it's not not because I think everyone is looking at those things. They're not. And judging me. They would be if they saw it. But because I have a very near autistic obsession about perfecting my look. You may see it as narcissism. And in many cases, you might be right with the trender invasion. Oh, no true Scotsman. I'm the real tranny. All these other people are trenders. But there's just as much as that a heavier focus on self-improvement than an actual presentation. Also, just on the topic of this thread, tranny Reddit is cancer, but so are most tranny communities. They're mostly owned and operated by chaser men or trender teens who are hyper-leftists. So, 00 asked him for a picture of himself. And this is what he got. So this is the solid 8, a 7+ or a solid 8. What do you think? He's got the chin of that it's ma'am guy. That's like oh god, the guy that went to the suicide forest. Is it Jake Paul or something? Logan Paul. Who's the guy that went to the forest? Yeah, it was this guy. He's got this kind of face. Maybe that's a compliment, though. See what I mean? He's got like that shovel-looking face. That's pretty good, actually. That's a pretty good comparison. It's like the Logan Paul trooned out after going to the forest, then put on the maid dress. All right. So, is there like a point to this? Oh, he's into lolicon, and I had to look this up. I didn't even know what this was. He has defended POCD, and get this. It is a type of obsessive compulsive disorder where you get pedophilic thoughts. So apparently you're not an actual pedophile. You just think intrusive pedophilic thoughts. Every tranny, every time, chat. All right. I don't know why this is on my roster. This is PWR. This is like PPP's thing. I don't know what's going on with this. All right. Clip from this link to about 3:58. This is 20 minutes. This is 20 minutes long of PWR supposedly talking about fucking a tranny. Do I dare? I'll give it a minute. If it's really interesting, I guess we'll keep listening, chat. Oh, Jesus.
Actually, this would be a good one here. Hold on. The truth is, nobody wants to believe me. You can look at my porn history. I've never watched, like, man on man. Like, ever. Like, I'm not into guys. And people will say, oh, he's gay, he's gay. I'm not fucking gay. Like, at all. I would challenge any big YouTuber. Your porn history, my porn history. We'll scroll through them and see, you know, what's really going on. I would be, like, totally down for that. But nobody has the balls to do it. So. Yeah, I've watched some trans stuff, sure.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Mine would mostly be big booty Latina. That's on there too. I have a little bit of that. I have a little bit of that on there. What's her name? Damn, I had to look at my history here. Carla Lane, maybe if any.
You know, there was I saw a tweet of someone complaining that like Europeans, when they first discovered black people, would bring back black people to Europe and put them in literal zoos where they keep animals, and they would set up like primitive human exhibits where like they would just have the black people make tribal stuff like their tents or whatever and just sit there and be tribal as like a zoo exhibit. And there was one in particular, I don't remember which zoo it was, but they had a woman that they plucked out of Africa just because she had the biggest dumpster truck booty that any man had ever seen. And they literally put her in a fucking zoo exhibit because the booty was too big.
Straight dudes know Carla Lane. Like, that is a Latina I would put the ring on here. Carla Lane, baby, I would put the ring on it. That's one of my favorite big booty Latinas. Hell yeah.
Yes. Talk about the trannies. Dude, if you're drinking that vodka that has the red label on it, you're down bad. That's the shit they sell in like 1.5 liter plastic bottles for $15. That's the shit you get fucked up on when you just stop pretending.
We got do we have another sub? Let's get. I was just about to pour one. We didn't see any subs though here.
That's all they have in Canada.
Carla Lane. She's Ella Hollywood, baby. Like
Ella Hollywood. Isn't that the tranny that's like a friend of Finster? This guy's just like that was Ella Hollywood was the one that got the DMs directly from the Goon Clown, right? The one that's friends with Finster that implicated Finster in the Goon Clown. So this guy is just like casually name dropping that he's jerking off to the tranny that's like in the Goon Clown court.
I'd had to go with Ella Hollywood, baby. Like a trans model. But as far as my favorite like trans model, I'd had to go.
He has so many that he can pick out a favorite, and his favorite is the Goon Clown adjacent one.
With Ella Hollywood, baby. Like Ella Hollywood, baby. Like that. I'd put the ring on Ella Hollywood, like in a second.
He would marry a man that was in the DMs of the Goon Clown.
Second. Sure. Just being open and honest. Somebody's like, stop.
PPP, where are you? Why did PPP allow this to happen? We're gonna have to ring the tranny fucker bell, chat. He's a tranny
Have
fucker.
you ever been with a trans? I can't answer that unless we get some subs. If we get 20 subs right now, I'll tell you if I've been with a trans or not.
$100.
20. I'll tell you the whole thing.
Hold up, I do have I have this downloaded. I'll be able to skip around safer. PWR1. This is
just like Jey Uso, baby. With the 25 subs, wanting to hear the history. Time to play the game. I was pretty drunk. Like, I was drinking most of the night, mostly beers. And, should I? No, I have to tell it. He gave exactly the amount that I asked for, so I have to tell it. So here's what happened. I'm going to be descriptive as I can. So I was at a bar one night. And, like, I was kind of in a place where, like, I was pretty depressed, man. I was pretty, like, lonely. I felt really shitty. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go to the bar and, like...
It's like the intro to Powerpuff Girls where it's, like, sugar, spice, everything nice, and then chemical X. It's like, what makes a tranny fucker? Depression, loneliness, in a slump. And then the secret ingredient, Smirnoff. And it's just like, psh, the glass breaks and it's chemical Smirnoff is pouring into the concoction. And then you're like, oh no, now you got a tranny fucker.
Have some drinks and like try to talk to some people and just have some fun, you know, whatever. So I was at this bar. That's like my favorite bar. So I don't know. It was like, I don't know, like close to the end. Like, oh, you don't want me to tell it? Wait, the fans are saying don't. No, I am going to tell it. I am.
He wants to. Look, his fans are begging him. Oh no, brother. No. History time. Lord Jesus, no, please, please, no. There's buddy, he's getting hard to. This guy knows. He knows this. He wants to tell. He's excited just thinking of telling 34 people that are gonna hear this that he fucked a tranny.
What time of year was it? It was like I'm trying to remember. I think it was like kind of like ish this time ish, like just after the fall, like kind of getting into the winter. So here it is. Are you ready? Okay, and I have no shame about this at all. So I was at like a dive bar, and I was just drinking some beer.
Maybe this is why we need the Indians. We need the Azat culture to bring shame back. This should harm him in some way. Look, there's people flooding in. 5 more people join. The word's getting out. Somebody's in the PPP Discord, like, at everyone. Holy shit, he's about to tell a story about how he fucked a tranny.
And like, okay, so like this girl comes up to me, and like, dude, like honestly, she was smoking hot.
Oh my god.
You know, she had like kind of like blonde curly hair. Like the makeup was on.
So it was a bimboed up autogenophile, thank you.
She had like kind of like these like high boots type of thing going on.
Super bimbofied.
And like I was just standing at the bar, and she like came up to me, and like she was talking to me. And like I was like talking to her for a few minutes, and like we were talking about music. Actually, we were talking about music, different bands that we liked and stuff. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I know, like I like that or whatever." We were just like talking music, and like I talked a little bit about my music that I did, and she was like, "Oh, I do music too." Like, oh, I was like, "Oh, cool. Like that's cool." So we were talking. Honestly, she was like pretty hot, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like this younger girl is like talking to me here, and I'm like, you know, not expecting anything. And so we were talking, and we were talking about music, and then so we were talking more, and I like bought her a drink. I was like, "Hey, can I like buy you a beer or something?" And like she was like,
and no, it's actually high holy law in Canada that if you're a bartender and you're watching some dude with the beer goggles on try to get a piece of ass, don't you know, you can't legally tell him what he's doing. You can't interrupt this. It would get you sent to prison.
"Yeah, sure." So like we had another one, and we were just talking. And so this is where it gets really funny. So I assume she was a girl, like, because she looked so much like a girl. Like, honestly, I was like shocked. I was like, holy shit, like this girl is like talking to me here. And you know, I was like, maybe I can get a hookup tonight. Sure, why not? And so we were talking and really connecting. Like, no, like
By the way, this is a funny story. I'm just completely an aside, but I'm checking my phone to check my notifications. And someone tagged me in the technical grievances thread to say that usually the site runs like shit, but he's like, the site's running better than almost every site that I have open right now. And my ISP confirmed there's like a connectivity issue, and I just find it weird that I'm able to connect to your site but not others. And the reason for that, I know off the top of my head, because he said he's in Portugal, is that Portugal and Spain are blocking, or they've forced their ISPs to block Cloudflare during football games to stop piracy, because most piracy websites are behind Cloudflare. So he's not able, Portuguese and Spanish people are completely unable to access 50+% of all websites on the internet because they're blocking Cloudflare for copyright reasons, and the Kiwi Farms is off of Cloudflare because we got banned. So they're forcing them onto me, into my domain. Anyways, back to the tranny fucking.
It wasn't like, I could have swore it was like a woman. And we were talking. And the more we talked when we were like having our beer, like I can't remember what the conversation was, but she kind of like slipped it in. She was like, "Oh, you know, as a trans woman, this is the way like I feel." And I was like, for a second, I was like at the bar, and I was like, "Oh, holy crap, we have 348 viewers for
Dude, someone definitely added PPP's Discord and told him to flood in." I'm hearing the Discord order. Wait, hold up. Do I have? Oh, dude, I don't have it on this drive. I want the real. Oh, here we go. Here's the Discord anthem everybody's playing. I'm a brat pod, fat, gay, nigger. Oh, it's too quiet. I'm a brat pod, fat, gay, nigger, pedophile, child predator, no pussy in a while. Oh my, I found you, nigger. Don't you run from me, little. Oh, it needs the actual music. Wait, hold on. One more time.
I'm a brat
There we
punk,
go.
fat gay nigger pedophile, child predator, no pussy in a while. Oh my, I found you, nigger. Don't you run from me, little nigger. You are not based enough. I'm a brat punk.
That's what they're hearing. And then they gotta go, oh my god, I gotta go check out this stream, May.
This story. Hold on. Do we seriously have 348 YouTube viewers, like, for this bombshell story? Hold on, before I give the grift here.
Uh-oh, were they botted? Were they botted, chat? It's down to 2:30 already.
No way. So anyway,
get to it.
So
Let's
we
hear
were
it.
talking, and she slipped that out, and like she was like, oh, you know, as a trans woman, I feel this way about that. And I remember, like, I was sitting at the bar like this, and I was like listening to her, and in my head, I was like, shit. I was like, fuck. Like, you know, this sucks. Like, that sucks. Like, what the fuck? Like, but then, like, I gave her like a second look. I gave her
the second look that Roy Philipose was asking for. He generously gave him the second look.
And I was like, you know what? Like, fuck it. Like, fuck it, sure. And I just, like, basically listened to her talk. And that night, like, we ended up going to, like, her place or whatever. And she had, like, this. It was really
Okay. It's got to be like League of Legends arcane anime figurines or something. I need to hear, like, the trannies love those LED lights that are pink, and they love display cases full of anime shit. Please tell me he's going to drop some like information about the room decor, okay?
Weird, because, like, this is like, oh, somebody's like screwing my career over here. I can't finish this story. Who's screwing my career with their crap?
Stop looking at your fucking numbers. Tell me this.
If somebody's screwing my shit. So anyway, at first I was kind of like, oh, like, fuck, like, whatever. But then, like, while she was talking, I kind of, like, gave her a second look. You know, I looked her up and down, and I was like, fuck it. Like, sure, whatever. So we kept talking. And then she near the end of the I was going to say the end of the career, the end of the night,
the both.
She was like, hey, do you want to come to my place? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, why not? Sure. And she had, it was really weird because when I remember it, she had like this full like Hello Kitty like bed.
My god.
With like the stuffies and all this crap.
Oh no.
And she gave up the ass.
Oh my god. What a way to tell that story. So I walked into this tranny sex dungeon. It was Hello Kitty themed with pillows, and then I fucked his butt.
Basically, I got the one night only. I busted it out, and you know, we laid about and just kind of like cuddled or whatever.
Oh, he
and
cuddled.
Like, that was it.
He cuddled in the Hello Kitty bed. In the Hello Kitty bed. Surrounded by the plushies, brother. He cuddled that tranny with the cum still in its butt, brother. That's fucked up.
There you go. Who's screwing my career, bro?
Is that what you're concerned about, your views?
Actually wasn't that bad looking at all. I was like a trans woman, like, oh shit. And then I took a second look and I was like, you know what? Like, fuck it. It's funny, right?
It's funny. Yeah. He literally is doing the meme where it's like, don't you love it when you have like a good joke with your bros and you're just like, you know, it's just as a joke, you like whip it out in front of your bros and everyone's just like laughing like it's just like a joke, and then you start like giving each other like a blowjob just like as a joke. Like, I would never do it because it's like gay. He's like actually reenacting this meme.
Actually, she did look better than that girl who wanted me in the cage. You wanted, you paid to hear it. That was the first time I was just like,
this chat's giving him so much
honestly, shit. No, I didn't take any kind of male sexual. I was the male that night, pretty much.
Just that time though. What do you? What do you do? He says he didn't do anything with the penis. So is it just like, is the dongus just like flopping around and you gotta pretend? You gotta hope that the scrotes don't bump into each other, the balls don't touch. You just gotta like put that out of your mind and teleport yourself somewhere else and hope that no floppy dingle dongus swings backward and like touches you, like knocks on your taint, like just to remind you that it's there. Is this what's happening? What? What a nightmare. Think of England. I don't know if you can keep it up while thinking of England.
You paid this. Did she look better than Anicia?
Oh my god. Wow, what a question to like be stumped by.
I don't know. She was younger and like had like she was pretty. Like she had like curly blonde hair and the makeup was pretty on point. So I was just like, honestly, fuck it. I was like, hell, I'm not gonna do any better than that.
Okay, that's a good note to end it on. That's pretty good. PPP, you have to send in your top henchmen to do correction. Correction needed. Okay. Shani, for Christ. Let's see. What's going on with Shani? I have a thing for her. 1 second. Shani, for Christ. There's no note here. I guess we're playing it.
For months, and I've been dealing with him being completely unmedicated and doing everything to hurt me. Whenever I feel up, whenever I feel a sense of power, there he is knocking me down. This is bullshit. You're full of shit.
Has she broken up with Baby Carrot? Is she complaining about, did Jason take the, Jason was just using it. Dude, back in the day when I talked a lot more about girl cows, Shani for Christ was a very infrequent person that would pop up on my streams. And the most notable thing about her is that she just had this very loud white trash personality and lived in like a trailer and was just like the most disgusting person ever and did OnlyFans, like the most nauseating OnlyFans shit you could ever possibly imagine. And her boyfriend was this guy called, I want to say his name was Rev, not Jason. Maybe Rev was like his nickname or something, but he had a small penis. That's why everyone called him Baby Carrot, and they bumped uglies, and that would be posted on the internet for profit somehow. But his personality, the guy Rev, is just he would never correct her or add his own opinions. He would only back her up. And the way that black people do, like when a black guy's going off on a tangent, black people be like, that's right. Amen to that. Shit. You speak your truth, man. Like how black people do like the upmanship. It was like that. Rev would just sit back there and be like, yes, that's true. So true. And just like constantly like give her reassurance as she spoke and popped off with like dumb shit on stream. It was a really, really bizarre dynamic that I had never seen before. So I would be surprised if Jason had left because he was kind of spineless and pathetic.
You're filling your head with narcissism. When all I'm trying to do is just take back a little bit of goddamn power that I've lost for so long.
Why is this 20 minutes, I wonder? I guess this is the full stream. Hold up. I have a Shani thing so I can scan through it.
Man.
Ooh, white trash arguing.
You're right to do to someone who loves you.
Wait, no. I hear Rev in the background. So did she have like an open relationship with this Jason guy and he's still there doing the that's right?
So fucking much.
anybody that cares about Shannon Dornbush. Shannon, for Christ, could you please give her a goddamn place to stay?
Oh no, they're breaking up. He wants that's right guy is Rev, I have confirmed, and he's trying to evict her, I believe. And he's like, please, one of you fucking people let this monster, this pig monster into your house.
That's it. Bottom line. Could someone please get her a place to stay? Because she's too lazy to do anything to get the services she needs.
Look at her, felted, destroyed. The most yes man of all yes men has finally found his spine.
So could somebody put her up in a place, please? I'm done. Done.
Done. Done. Done. Skip to him yelling.
Yet.
Who is it that you're seeing behind my back?
There's no one I'm seeing yet. There's no one I'm seeing.
This is so unbelievably cruel.
I love you, man.
Cringe.
If you loved me, you wouldn't be doing this to me.
Cringe.
You're always innocent. Nope. Wrong.
Ian Joma in a few years. Dude, that would be funny. Imagine it is now 2035. It's been 10 years. Ian and Aniza are white trash. And Aniza is fat and disabled with what is it? Fibromyalgia. And there's a stream on Twitch, 30 people listening. And she's fat and crying. And he's yelling at her. It's like, you are done. You got to get out of my house. That would be awesome.
I know he's cheated. I know he is.
Young Thug. Gamaniflare? Young Thug. Young Thugga Manila Flare says yet. Crying laughing emojis. That is the most complicated, hard to decipher name I've ever seen. Okay, I want more yelling.
Financials were paid by me for months. This is all about his goddamn world. For him. I've been. Fucker said, just ignore the videos, what I say. And we.
Wait, did he? The Great Holiday Flight. Did he cheat? Wish they just fucking ended. Is this Rev? What the fuck is this? Revelation News with Jason. Is this Rev? Oh my god! I don't remember him looking like this.
I'm done. You make it official. I'm not gonna say.
Is he wearing cat ears? What the fuck?
But you guys see what she's doing to me. Done.
Why does he look like that? Dude, he looks like King Cobra, but like King Cobra thrown down like a flight of stairs, like 20 years older. How the fuck do you get yourself to look like this?
Don't let it go. Guess what? What comes on after that? Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
I'm Elsa, baby.
No
It's
free
time to let it
speech for the guys.
Leave it.
Your rights end where my feelings begin. I cannot hear that song without thinking of the Jew version of it. It is like it has permanently and completely replaced the actual version of that Frozen song. And I know the lyrics. I know all the fucking lyrics. Okay, I know them. Okay, I've been listening to Shanny. Okay, I have to revisit something. There's been a major revelation in regards to the Eugenia Cooney fat brother situation. The Eugenia Cooney fat brother situation is insane. Okay, so here he is. He's fat. Look at him. Just literally horrifying to look at. You can see the visible discomfort Eugenia Cooney has even being near him. His gravity drains her life force. But there is an update to this. As it turns out, her brother is an artist, and he likes to draw nude images. And he likes to draw nude images of his sister. Now, I'm not showing you the nude ones, but he does indeed sketch this kind of quality with nudity. And they are very, very, very clearly his sister. So I don't know what the fuck is going on in the Eugenia Cooney household. If I remember correctly, Eugenia Cooney's family is extremely religious, and Eugenia Cooney goes to Sunday service every week. So I don't know what the fuck is happening over there, but the Eugenia Cooney situation is wild. And props to Knowles Clitty, water drops emoji in the name. Very interesting background picture. But he made this wonderful edit, okay, with the Oogie Boogie, my favorite Halloween character. Okay, I think she's obsessed with all anorexic women for some reason are obsessed with Jack Skellington. So it's a pretty safe bet. Pretty good edit. I gave it the Knowles love reaction already. And that's it for the beauty parlor segment. I'm taking my time this stream. I'm feeling good. I'm in a good mood. We're just strolling along, enjoying some slappa as it is. Okay, so I talked about the Reddit Janny revolt and our art. I believe that the Reddit mod administration have like completely swept and cleaned house of the art Janny team. So, No Experience 82 apparently is the new moderator. I suppose the name is a self-referential joke. He says, "Hello all. As many of you are aware, there has been a lot going on the past week or so in regards to our art. It reached the point that Reddit administrators locked down the subreddit and installed new moderators. The initial selection... See, this is... Reddit owns all the subs, so if you mismanage one of their big subs they care about, they will just properly fucking nuke you. That initial selection process has been completed. This is why rdrama.net basically runs Reddit, by the way, because if they get enough drama going, it forces the Reddit Jannies to step in and clear things up. There is a lot for the team to discuss and review in regards to the rules and processes. What the fuck do you mean? You run a subreddit called R Art. Pretty straightforward. It should be art that you made or art from a museum that's very special to you. It should be real art created by a real human being that people will appreciate, either that you made or that you saw in person at a museum, something like that. It won't be easy or a quick process as trust has been broken and there will likely be some bumps in the road. But we are committed to listening to the members of this subreddit and involving the members. Oh my God, bro. You manage a fucking art board on Reddit. How do you overcomplicate this? Post art. Upvote post about art. Pin nothing because it's just art. The mod, and as far as like self-promotion, by the way, if someone wants to post art in our art and then advertise their portfolio where you can buy commissions from them. Why the fuck? Like you're trying to promote people into posting their art so that your art post will be successful. So you should encourage people to share their art. Why is this complicated? Am I just smart? I feel like I'm honestly smarter than most people alive. It's like, how do you sit down with this concept and fuck it up like this? Okay, for the year 2025, by the way, they released some statistics. They banned 5,156 accounts in that year alone. Only 63 had a valid reason based on their review. So 5,093 bans were reversed, meaning that only 2% of all bans issued had a valid reason in 2025. That's how mismanaged our art was on Reddit. Dunning-Kruger or Kruger? Is it Dunning-Kruger or Dunning-Kruger? Because I've seen this spelled both ways. Dunning-Kruger. It is Kruger, like Freddy Krueger. Okay. Look, I'm not Dunning-Kruger. I am a level 2 super genius. Actually, I'm a level 3 super genius. I'm higher than Roy Philipose. I'm smarter than him. The Freddy Krueger effect. That's right. I have not watched this yet, but it's 5 minutes long, so let's watch it. This is a follow-up about from the prostitute about Russell Greer, who, by the way, has filed a meltdown in court saying that he needs protective orders against Hardin because Hardin emailed this lady and then told Russell Greer that she might be entered in as a witness, and he is like completely fucking having a panic attack about it.
I have had a couple people reach out to me through my comment section with questions, naturally, about the dude. Let me just make a video real quick here, answer some questions about the dude, and clear a couple things up. So let's get into it. So, downtown Gorilla.
She apparently is in Akron, Ohio. So if you are the type of person who likes to frequent places where ladies of the night visit, keep your eyes open for her. We are trying to get her to testify against Russell Greer. She is dodging our emails. So if you happen to be at a bar or something and you see her, let her know. The Kiwi Farms needs her, okay?
In this comment here, which I will keep for a while so you can read it, essentially said that people are concerned that the dude is going to retaliate against me. I'm not concerned. Really, truly, I'm not concerned, because retaliate away, I'll hire a real lawyer who will most likely defeat you if it even goes to court. I'm no legal expert, but neither is he. But a lot of this is a factual timeline. He first contacted me in 2022-ish, late 2022-ish, early 2023-ish, and like I said, I called him a creepy fuck, and then there were a couple interactions via Instagram DM and whatever, but then I blocked him for over a year, and after all of the blocking and whatnot, that's when he had reached out to me this year, around May. But my boss had asked me to not antagonize him, which, like I said in the videos, I never did, except for calling him a creepy bitch when he was being a creepy bitch. But I think the last interaction that I actually had with him, because I would periodically unblock just to see what DMs I was receiving, if he was maybe circling in on me or...
He would be having full arguments with himself in the DMs I was ignoring, so I check it from time to time to make sure his arguments weren't escalating into threats or actions.
And I saw this...
Dude, we need those DMs. We got to subpoena those DMs. This is extremely relevant to my copyright claim, because this constitutes more fair use and criticism support. Okay, we need those DMs.
Little gem right here that I'm sure some of you would appreciate, and it made me throw up in my mouth a little bit, and I never unblocked him after this. So, which leads me into my next point, or I guess a repeated extended part of my first point. What the fuck would you sue me for? Really? Because let's say reputational damage, really it was me that damaged your reputation, fine. I think that ship has sailed already. I think that he was the one technically harassing me, and I've ignored him, and also I'm telling the truth. And I am happy to provide pretty much every seat possible, barring just one certain thing, which would be revealing the name of any client of mine, because that's just kind of shitty. So I'm pretty sure that I can prove the things that I said happened. So are you going to sue me because I don't want to be your manager to your imaginary brothel? Are you going to make a petition to make it illegal for women to have negative opinions about disabled men? Really, truly. Also, one of the concerns that I would have had, one of the largest concerns that I actually did have, and why I haven't made this video until pretty recently, is that I never wanted to attract the fucking rage of this weirdo to any place of work for me, or to me while I lived in Nevada or was a driving distance of him. I left the Calico Club back in July. I did not sign any NDA, and I'm currently not affiliated with any legal Nevada brothel, and I would like to make that abundantly clear before he sees any of these videos and wants to go and harass any place that I have worked or involve them in any way. They have nothing to do with this. And from my understanding, I'm at liberty to discuss the only place that I named explicitly in my video, because I didn't sign an NDA, and it's like I never want to go back there. So it's not like Not
Okay.
only did I never mention his name outright, and it's not like he is such a notorious public figure, recognizable, interested in watching him fail or whatever, but I feel like it's very niche groups of people that would be able to immediately identify this man or the
I mean,
idea of a man.
He's pretty identifiable.
Whatever the fuck.
Yes,
So it's not
identifying
like he's Taylor
characteristics.
Swift or an actual public figure. I could do who would be very, to the average person. Actions are actions that were all made by him, and maybe he should have thought of the of other people that other people could have about him before he did the fucking crazy shit that he did. And also, bullies. Did add in a disclaimer to
The cuts in this are insane. I'm not skipping around. That's how she edited this
the
video.
description of all of the videos in the series. My viewers to not reach out, harass.
Okay, I gotcha. I thought maybe there was more. Unfortunately, not. I was expecting more content. Hopefully, no. But he has completely lost his mind again. By the way, and he's rage pigging on the docket, which I'm sure the judges love. 5 years, by the way. 5 years of being sued by an insane person because the judges simply won't dismiss the fucking asinine bullshit case. That is complete waste of time and money of everybody involved at the expense of the taxpayer. Okay, this is funny. How do I bring this back into focus? I think to properly explain what this is, I need to show you this video. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's mute the music. This is like an edit. I don't know where the original is. So this is Ethan Ralph showing up at Riley's house. Now there's a little effects and stuff. Ralph is trying to stand his ground, okay? That's Pantsu. She's here to end the fight, but Riley and Ralph are not having it. They just keep going. For some reason, Riley keeps getting back in there, even though Ralph is backing off. He then pulls the hair. Now, you can see Riley's whole ass is being exposed because he's a fat slob and he can't keep his pants on because he has no waistline. And now the pants are down and the guns are out, okay? And they're having a proper gun-to-gun combat. Then, as Pantsu is trying to pull off Riley, Mint Salad gets involved. This is Mint Salad. Mint Salad is a retarded woman with an IQ probably below 70 that Dick Masterson pimped out to Riley after telling Mint Salad in response to her calling in to ask if her parents asking her to either leave the house or stop drawing furry art. What should she do? Dick said, "You should abandon your family and continue to draw furry pornography." And then he hooked her up with Riley, his producer. So now they're in this tard house together with a tranny called Bird, who's off, I think, recording this. No, Bird's off to the side. Digibro, a.k.a. DigiKnee, the tranny who was the ex-boyfriend and then ex-girlfriend of Pantsu, the woman I pointed out earlier. He's the one holding the camera. Bird, the tranny, is off to the side. Mint Salad is this one right here. She's going to come in, and she's also going to start punching Ethan Ralph in the face. Now, Ralph is holding off, with his gun out, holding off Riley and Mint Salad at the same time, while Pantsu is trying to separate them, okay? At this point, he spits in her face, in case you forgot that. And they just keep repeating that. Okay. And that's the fight. You don't get to see Bird in this edit. Now, we go back to Comicsgate for whatever reason. And young Clippa 69 is Riley, the fat one with the pants that fell down. Okay. He's called young Clippa 69 because this is gonna sound so retarded you might assume I'm making this up. Dick Masterson, the guy that pimped out Mint Salad, the retarded woman, to Riley, his producer, became obsessed with a black man called Eric July. Eric July has excessive body hair, and apparently Riley said he was going to assault him with a pair of hair trimmers and clip his hair off, his body hair. And then he reported that as like harassment or something. So Riley became obsessed with this idea of being like the clipper who wants to clip Eric July's body hair. So he called himself Young Clippa 69, which is a play on Eric July's name, Young Rippa 69. And now he is announcing this in this description. And it says, Mint Salad Saw isn't coming back if she hasn't come back yet. On November 6th, Mint cheated on me with Schizo Sean, who I don't even fucking know. And on November 7th, before I could find out and writing the new high they found together, they left with a bunch of my stuff in the middle of the night. Left me with all the bills. Drove around to mutual friends' places and tried to force triangulation tactics on them. Then they took advantage of and stole from a friend of mine that was helping them in Illinois until that friend and I went out of state to work together. And then the two of them drove all the way back down to my house and broke in, and I'd already changed the locks and stole more stuff. My neighbors called the police, and they are likely going to spiral into more serious trouble from here. This is a follow-up. I've left the ASCE Presents, which is the name of a bullshit channel that never took off the ground he tried to start, as an archive of our work together over the last 4 to 5 years, and for everyone who enjoyed our 6-year relationship arc as content, which is literally nobody. Mint didn't even bother updating anyone on any of her platforms about a short hiatus or anything because she does not particularly care about a community or audience. So if you give her money for some desperate, quickie done commissions to help pay for the Prius she's living out of, that's on you. After Dick Masterson pimped out the retarded girl to Riley, they started doing OnlyFans together. And there's really, really genuinely horrific pictures of her with a shitty ass crack and shitty panties because she's mentally handicapped and shits herself. And Riley is simply too gross to notice that and puts pictures of that on the internet because he is prostituting out a retarded woman. He continues. Now, all of you know what's been going on. They did a lot of things wrong this month, but the worst was probably that they took all my audio and video tech and still didn't make anything with it for the viewers we had. She gave up on all the Comicsgate review content. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're still trying to make a career off of talking about the fucking Rippaverse. Dude. She told me the week before she left that she doesn't even like drawing anymore and that I am not Machiavellian enough, LOL. I have had extensive arguments with her about not tracing, but she doesn't want to improve at art over the course of 20 years. She wants to be told that she's already very good at everything art-wise. I look forward to seeing her cheat and lie and steal for the rest of their life, of this life for her. In the last 6 years, she's tried every other high, including leaving her family in college and moving in with me so she could rope me in to save her from boredom, responsibility, normalcy, and medication. I found a bottle of antidepressants prescribed to her the month before we met 6 years ago. She even ran away from those without me ever knowing about that. My next step, if she doesn't stop poking at me, is ROs? Restraining orders. Restraining orders or aggressive CLIPA campaign against her and Sean. So this guy, who completely and totally failed in every way, shape, and form to make a career out of trying to fuck with Eric July, is now threatening his own ex-girlfriend with in-real-life stalking campaigns to try and epically own her and her ex. Do you know what they call that? They call that domestic violence, and you're going to get fucking thrown in jail, and your rights are going to be stripped from you if you try to harass an ex-partner that you lived with for 6 years because you couldn't get the fuck over it. It's not like fucking with some random guy on the internet. I bet she'd rather I get in a restraining order than deal with what I have to say about her after this month. Like Vito, Vito Gesualdi is a pedophile that is also associated with Dick Masterson, in case you didn't know that. Like Vito was, Mint and Schizo Sean are loitering in all my group chats still, tracking my movements through people and posts. They are totally obsessed Lamau. If you are primarily a Mint salad fan, oh my God. Feel free to leave or talk amongst yourselves, but this is the end of an era of absolute effort that you will never see from her again, around here or otherwise, as she has decided that hard work, unparalleled persistence, and consistency is bad for her vibes and whatnot. Finish. Honestly, that's on me. She left her family and BF to get with me 6 years ago and thought, I must be worth that Lamau. I feel like this is a win for me. So I don't mind it being a win for Vito. When you're like scrapping with fucking Vito the pedo, you've just completely lost control of your life. Okay, I have to know who Schizo Sean is. Schizo Sean T. This sounds right. Let's check this winner out. The biggest problem in the universe after Problem Roundup. So Schizo Sean does like a post-Dick Show fan stream.
That Will Stancil represents the crystal prisons being built around these people who should be imprisoned in crystal forever. Will Stancil is the AI now. He's fake. The real Will Stancil is fake.
He's holding like a dildo in his hand. What the fuck is he doing?
The real Will Stancil lives in a crystal prison forever.
300 views. You guys are really funny. What does this guy look like? I mean, it's just like, is there any picture of him? Is he like always wear like weird shit?
So scary.
He's not even in this. He's not even in his own stream. Where is he? So these are like Dick Show fans who talk to each other after the stream. Dude, this is like a pit. It's like a true fucking pit. Let's see. I've never even heard of this guy. And I somehow knew. Just get rid of him. Okay, there's nothing of value on this. All right. Okay, so she's with an absolute nobody doing drugs and fucking him, I guess. And Vito has won. Vito finally won over Riley. The Dick Show has content for the next 3 months, I suppose, to talk about this. They're going to have Riley on every day to be like, oh, man. And then he's going to get into fights with Vito. And so that's the content. Meanwhile, on the Quickie forums, I was sitting around minding my own business. And I got an email. And I checked the headers because I couldn't believe it at first. But it was an email from Linus Media. I'm thinking, oh, I know those guys. They have like millions of dollars and they run a tech channel. And it wasn't just an email from Linus Media. It was an email from Linus at Linus Media. And so I thought, interesting. What do you want? And his post was he wanted an invitation to join the Kiwi Farms. That's weird. So I gave him a special invite that would automatically verify him. And he joined. And he was automatically verified. And he left one post. He says, I have taken the extreme step of joining. Okay, let me read the post he's replying to because it's weird. Gazu Gopher says, I've been talked about for pages. It has been talked about for pages at this point, but he really does look and sound different with braces. Also, I know I shouldn't be, but for whatever reason, I'm still astounded he is vain and insecure enough to have gotten another round of braces as a 40-year-old adult, especially when it's some minor alignment shifting. You can speculate some of it at least tried or is at least related to his humiliation thing, but he made a big deal about getting that Asian facial blast thing a couple of years ago too. So I do think it leans more to the insecurity side, or maybe it really does all stem from the anecdote he always tells about his mom telling him as a child his teeth were the most important quality he had. I will say that at least Linus has not been conned into getting veneers like his idol Jimmy did. His dentist did convince him to get wisdom teeth pulled unnecessarily, but I would hate to see him become another YouTuber who has permanently fucked up his mouth chasing an AstroTurf dental aesthetic. For whatever reason, this post about him getting braces made Linus so angry that he literally asked to join the forum so he could give this one and only response to this post. To which he says, I've taken the extreme step of joining to let you guys know that the quality of your recent fan fiction has really dropped off recently, and frankly, I'm disappointed. The quoted post is not bad. It's got a couple key elements, like stuff I never said and stuff I never did. But what the fuck is this I hope he doesn't fuck up his mouth bullshit? I shouldn't have to tell you guys how to milk lolcows. The edge that I've come to expect is completely missing. Here are some helpful suggestions. He sounds different, needs to go much harder at the impact on my appearance and enunciation. Needed something about being cucked by my dom wife. Needs more speculation about my failing business, something about desperation. And a complete lack of slurs. You're anonymous and there are no consequences. You know you want to do it. Truly, one of the most bizarre posts I have ever seen. It really does come out of nowhere. It contains a lot of things that are surprising. It was quite frankly very mean to my poor community. I don't know why he's got to be such a bully. This Linus guy sure is a bully. But then this immediately got posted to Reddit. In case you're wondering, yes, they have deleted this and any discussion about it. Okay. So even though Linus of Linus Tech Tips and our Linus Tech Tips posted to our Linus Tech Tips a screenshot of this post by Linus Tech Tips called from an account called Linus Tech about the videos on Linus Tech Tips. The Linus Tech Tips mod team has says, please don't engage with Kiwi Farms here. Thank you. And then the Redditors freaked the fuck out. Says, can we please not engage on any level with fucking Kiwi Farms of all places? Crying about it. Okay. I did reply to this, by the way, because someone said base, by the way, for 80 upvotes. And I said 56 upvotes on Reddit calling the forum base, LOL. Now, apparently, Linus explained to me that that's not quite what happened. And eventually I got like negative 200 downvotes on my post. Apparently, this message is what's based. And this did not even occur to me that that was possibly what that poster was saying. So I misinterpreted this as like a tech bro who knew about the forum and thought it was funny that he joined the site and said that that was based. But apparently this message is based and I'm epically owned. And it literally did not even occur to me that's what he was saying. But apparently that's what I was supposed to say. And the only other comment he made in regards to this one, the LTT sub, is, I appreciate the concern, but I'm long past anything over there actually bothering me. If our videos were as inaccurate as that thread, there'd be a new expose every other week, so it's hard to take it too seriously. Can't speak for the rest of the sites. The accuracy of my thread is anything to go by. It's not worth my time to read it. Lazaste, matter of fact. And then also, conversely weird, in the exact same week, I got an email from Six Hexenhammer, and who I asked to verify his identity by DMing me from his Twitter account on Twitter, which he did. So he's also verified. Six Hexenhammer replied to his thread and said, in reply to gay research vlogger, in other news, Charles was posting what looked to be suicidal lyrics on his X account. It is annoying how he refuses to reference the band or to find a final solution to his problems. He is clearly having a breakdown. To which Six Hexenhammer 666 replies and says, use Grok to check the lyrics and you'll see what songs they are from, idiot. And then gay research vlogger also said, if his retard magic worked, I would have been gone long ago. And then Six says, I would not waste a spell on you. I prefer to reserve my usage for things that are meaningful. And that is his comment. I don't know if he made more comments. I think he did. I think he did have a back and forth with a bunch of people. Oh, he's still going. 1 a.m. today. Gay research. Is he just arguing with gay research vloggers specifically? Why is he angry at gay research vlogger? What the fuck? Okay, gay research vlogger says, I do not need your defense. Do I come to this thread expecting praise or defense from you? No, stop spreading out the same shit over and over again. You are too retarded to have a debate with, and you are also an abusive piece of shit. Six replies to this and says, your actions are those of someone obsessive about me. It no longer even makes any sense. You are simply bitter. Your obsession is sad. Your projection is even more sad. So if you want to read... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I guess cats... I mean, you can see the entire thing, so I fucked up. If I go to recent activity on my mod account, I can see posts that are deleted. Now, normally I wouldn't show a post that was deleted, but I just did on accident, not realizing that he deleted. Oh, what the fuck? Why would you delete this? Why did she delete this? Gay research vloggers. Oh, she merged it. She merged the post into. Okay, I was like, why did Trumbo needs to delete the content from the fucking locale? Technically, you're not supposed to merge post or edit post in any way by a locale, like even for thumbnails and stuff, because you're supposed to like preserve it as it was. I was very confused by this. Okay, gay. Never mind. It's not worth reading then if it wasn't deleted by him. Okay. Next. Oh, this is finally uploaded. Ethan Klein won his lawsuit against Caseytron. I'll let him explain it. By the way, I know he has Tourette syndrome and that it manifests in physical tics. However, I have been exposed to enough Ethan Klein content over the years to know that his tics have changed. And he's now like coughing and stuff when he talks. And honestly, it sounds really bad. Like, I don't know if it's just like an age thing or if his health is declining because of the Ozempic or what the fuck is happening. But his tics have gotten so aggressive that they're really like genuinely concerning. I don't know what's going on with it. But here we go.
Yeah, so yesterday we engaged in court-ordered mediation with our friend and contemporary, Casey Schron. And I am happy to announce to all of our great surprise that we were able to find an amicable solution and settlement. And you might gauge by the fact that I am here wearing a suit, which generally signifies some type of thing. And so, while I have nothing to show you at the moment, there will be something forthcoming, hopefully, I believe, during the transmission of the show that we'll be able to view together. And honor and say thank you, and say that it's all good,
At this point in time, I can no longer even remember what this started over. I have not watched this. 5 of this is just counting down. Okay, this is the actual clip. I think it was a copyright dispute or something, so I'm not entirely sure.
By stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. I want to begin by stating I take responsibility.
Oh, yeah, she just like restreamed his content nuke in full and specifically said dumb shit things like, I'm restreaming his content nuke so you guys don't have to give him ad revenue. Like just literally, if you were ever going to say, like do anything streamer related or content related online, that's like literally the dumbest fucking thing you could possibly say. So that's why he sued.
Responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the clients. This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker. Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the clients in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia. I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people. AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people, including raising over $100,000 in charity. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not. I apologize to Ethan and Gila personally. I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Gila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the clients success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content.
Wow. So very heartfelt apology there. Not induced by litigation at all. Jews win, as always, as predicted. Very nice to hear Casey Tron talk without her being completely high, eating with her mouth open, and surrounded by obnoxious soundscapes of fart sounds and other bullshit. So there are two things of interest there. The first one is she specifically noted that her defense fund would not be going to Frogan or Denims. If I remember correctly, Denims has already settled her lawsuit with Ethan Klein. Frogan has not. So one of the things that she had said in her defense fund is that if she had any leftover funds after her litigation, it would be forwarded to Denims and Frogan. So she had to explicitly say that she was not going to do that. The other thing is her explicitly condemning Hassan for offering zero support, despite how the fact that he has an infinite fucking money and could have easily funded her lawsuit if he gave a fuck. She explicitly notes that he left her high and dry, which is extraordinarily, unbelievably embarrassing because of this one.
I have to get really in there, but there's definitely the scent. It's like
That is Hassan Piker's bed. Casey Tron is bent over, kneeling onto his mattress like she's praying to Mecca and taking a deep, deep inhalation of where Hassan Piker sleeps. This is not an exaggeration or a
I
lie
just try to
or a
like
joke.
inhale it, you know? I just try to like inhale it like whenever I wake up in the morning and before I go to sleep, I just try to breathe in deep, you know?
So despite that literal worship by Casey Tron, he offered her nothing, not a penny of help. Fascinating. Kind of related, but Hassan Piker has been outed by his fraternity bros from his college days as being a bit of a misogynistic playboy. And regardless of what you think about the boys fooling around, apparently the Omega Delta Epsilon group that he is from is notorious for being a womanizing, fraternizing, sexually harassing clique from his university. And in particular, he had actually been trespassed for harassing women on different establishments. In particular, this post was interesting. Sorry, it's Theta Delta Chi Akami. No, that has to be a different one. That doesn't make sense. That's definitely that is Omega, right? Omega Delta Epsilon. Anyways, him saying threesome belt. Yes, I got it. And here's him with his tongue out next to a really frumpy woman who seems okay with it, and then a woman that looks like she just died on the inside and will never be the same, who regrets making herself a Turk Roach whore. And I can't help but think that maybe her and Casey Tron are kindred spirits, both of them regretting having availed themselves and made themselves whores to a Turk Roach. And then Hassan Piker himself, the man of the hour. Sorry, we can get rid of the ISIS guy now. He got pressed in public and apparently did not handle it well.
Yeah. Please. I don't have my phone with me. Can we just
do
screen
photo?
Here. Yeah. Right. Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya.
Does he try to look like Stalin? Is like this picture of him like walking. It reminds me so much of like the Stalin picture where the guy is painted out. Is he just like trying to look like Stalin and Mao and like everything? It's so cringe. And then there's one more Hassan thing. This is Hassan issuing a warning to Asmongold. H3, I think. Dan, who is Destiny's former podcast co-host, warning them that their treachery against... Why does he have a Christmas tree? Tell him to get this fucking Christmas tree out of this Muslim roach's fucking house. Warning them that their treachery has not gone unnoticed.
And Destiny and Asmongold and Dan Saltman, whose addresses are all readily available in the same...
Is it Saltman? Or is it Z pronounced the German way, Saltzman? Because I thought it was Saltzman with a Z.
Same exact websites and platforms that they rely on, that their fan
I
bases go.
I can't bump the volume up. I don't. Actually, you know what? Not only can I bump the volume up, I normalized this video. I downloaded it and fucking normalized it during stream prep.
And Destiny and Asmongold and Dan Saltman, whose addresses are all readily available in the same exact websites and platforms that they rely on, that their fan bases go to find my address, to harass me. Okay? These guys are equal opportunity autists. They're equal opportunity cyberstalkers. You're playing a very fucking dangerous game when you lean into this shit.
I want to say he's talking about the Snark subs, but
and Destiny and Asmongold and Dan Saltman.
I guess Asmongold is kind of like friendlier to the. He won't have me on his show, by the way. People have asked him to talk to me, and I think he follows me on Twitter. Let me double check. He might have unfollowed me because I'm unhinged and I tweet deranged things. What's Asmongold's thing? His handle is weird. Oh, wait, no. He does follow me still. Look, I've tried talking to him. I've tried getting a thing set up. He will not talk to me. I'm too dangerous. I'm too hot. And this is a guy that streams like 16-hour days every day, okay? It's not like there's not like a time for it. It's just there's no time for me, okay? So, I don't know. I feel like I can hold my spaghetti in my pockets when I need to. Okay, I'm not completely unhinged. I'm not super dangerous, chat. I'm not a monster. Even though I'm no better than a beast, don't I have a right to live, chat? What is this? Oh. All right. Do I have a Reddit segment? I might not. Let me check the Maddie thread, see if there's a Reddit segment. All right, no. Oh, you know what? There is a thing for it. Aha. Let's see what this is. Oh no. Okay, this is the one Reddit post from our Bumble. Wizard Mayhem posts a picture and says, "Is this funny or off-putting?" Wizard Mayhem is gunted and he's standing in his bedroom or his bathroom, sorry. And he appears to have a fleshlight and scissors on the table on the sink. But more concerning than that is in his right hand, in his left he holds a phone to take the picture. In his right, he has a plushie of Bucky Beaver, the mascot of Bucky's. And his caption is saying, "About to turn Bucky into Fucky." And he's implying that he's about to open this beaver's behind up and insert a fleshlight so that he can fuck Bucky the Beaver, okay? This message that he's captioned this image with is, "This is an obvious joke. I would never do anything like this. I'm just trying to showcase my sense of humor. Is it too weird of a joke to make? I'm having such little success that I am thinking of resorting to being insanely bold." He has no upvotes on his post and 35 comments. I wonder if our Bumble is funny. What do they talk about there? They just talk about trying to fuck all the time? Oh, that's not what I want. Let's see, top of this month. 9 years ago, this guy asked me out on my first ever date. It went well, and they're married. This is what happens when you nerf the free version of an app and then price gouge everyone out of the premium features. And it's the picture of the Bumble stock, which has crashed from $100 to $4. Oh my God. Yeah, this is. Why would you make this your profile? Wait, hold up. Look at this. It's like 4 guys holding up a blow-up doll, pretending to like gangbang it. Like, don't you want to come over to my place, young woman, where me and my bros are like sexually violent? This could be you. Clearly dating. Okay, this guy says clearly dating apps is a hellscape. I'd say it is for both sexes, but in different ways. But it seems to be that men are most likely to channel their resentment and self-sabotage. Here's my latest example. Last week I matched with a guy. I messaged him immediately after matching. First a GIF and then, hey name, how are you? He responded, I hope you're not one of those women who doesn't talk. Frankly, I'm getting fed up with that behavior. It's so rude, IMO. This was his first message to me. I messaged him right after matching, and my profile is filled out with several prompts. He's just dousing me in resentment. Do you guys use these apps? Like, I gotta be real. It just seems like a nightmare if you use these fucking apps. Are you like, hell nah, no. Lol, no, not even once. Don't use them. They're awful. Worse than soak. That is a fucking condemnation. Anything that's worse than soak is like hell on earth. They are humiliation rituals. Too many troons. They are useless unless you are attractive. No stable woman is on a dating app. Apps are gay. They turn my stomach even looking at them. The best dating app is called Real Life. I just go out for weekends. In 1965, CIA gangster beat me bloody, dragged me in chains. Dating apps are the clearance section of the dating market. That's a good allegory. Soak is the 4chan board, SOC. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's how it comes to me to pronounce. It's yeah, it's always been bad. I remember when they added it. Years and years ago, and it's basically just like the most mentally ill people you could ever possibly imagine. Soak is like Sosa. I feel like you're bullshitting me. Social. That's stupid. That's stupid. Soak is better. For the males, this is from a black woman. If you ain't getting matches, it's okay. Oh, it's a black man, but he has long hair in his picture. Good morning, brothers. I just want to encourage my guys out there to put the phone down today and focus on yourself. If she didn't respond, it's okay. If you got ghosted, it's okay. If she flaked on you and you're feeling down, that's okay too. Stop putting so much effort into a system that's designed to chip away at your ego. Don't double text that match. Don't chase. Hold up. Don't chase? That's familiar lyrics here. Hold up. Let me find it. What's it called? Oh, here we go. Hold up. Don't chase. Chase a check. Never chase a fish. It's like that. That's the black people anthem right there. Okay. Today, I want every man reading this to accomplish one goal, even if it's small. Drink some water. Shit, you got this bottle of water here, sloshing around, my nigga. You gotta drink that shit. You gotta hydrate. You gotta set your aspirations on the flow. You gotta drink that water, that good chugga-lugga water. Hit the gym. Clean your space. Clean your penis. Read a chapter. Work on your craft. Just get one thing accomplished today. The right time will come on its own. You don't got to force anything. There's someone out there for everybody, and I truly believe that. Stop trying to prove you're the best option out of a line of 300 potentials when you're already the GOAT, my kneesy. Focus on becoming the best version of yourself, and the right person will come when the universe aligns. For all my Joker fans out there. Okay, I gotta see what his Joker clip is.
If a woman leaves you for another man, don't beg.
Oh my
don't
God.
Argue.
Holy shit. This is we need some AI Joker slapper.
If a woman leaves you for another man, don't beg. Don't argue. Don't try to win her back. She made a decision. In that moment, she saw him as the better option. Maybe it was looks, confidence, money, or just timing. There's the brutal truth. Once a woman replaces you, you can't talk her out of it. Nothing you say will change her mind. What you need to understand is you don't chase someone who walked away like you were nothing. You go silent. Not to play games, but to protect your peace. You disappear not because you're weak, but because you finally remembered your value. And if she comes back later saying she misses what you had, just remember, she didn't miss you when she was lying next to him.
So someone literally did a Joker voice and then ran their clip of them doing the Joker voice through a machine learning thing with Heath Ledger's voice so they could sound just like him. And then they posted this on the internet, put it to soaring symphonic orchestras, dramatic music, and then assembled a black and white short and posted this on YouTube. And somehow this video has acquired 4,000 comments, 215,000 likes. And I can't see how many views, but I imagine quite a few. If that's the case. That is crazy. If she leaves you for another man, you go into your table and get the gun, and then you shoot her. That's usually what happens. You don't usually do this woe is me bullshit. I'm pretty sure most homicides are men shooting women over some kind of domestic incident. So yeah, you don't give me this bullshit. I'm the Joker, baby. I'm the Joker. Give me your likes. Shoot him, not her. Why the fuck? I never understood this. Like, they want you to shoot the person who didn't know what's going on. They've tricked you into thinking that you can't shoot women, but you can. You can just shoot women. Do you know how? You know how I got these scars? I know. Clip it and ship it. Okay, that's enough fun and merriment. Time to break out the super berries, chap. Chase a chick, never chase a bear. Let's make it green mode, as in the color of money. And remember that my next stream will be my last for the year. And then I will be programming hardcore style. I should advertise this before you guys leave. The people that don't like the super chat segment, subscribe to the Gumroad. Subscribe to the locals, matattheinternet.locals.com or matattheinternet.gumroad.com. I am in the process of preparing a very, very special exclusive content that will most definitely be worth your $5. It will be locale oriented. It will be festive. Everyone will have a good time. I super mega promise this, okay? So if you don't get your money's worth, you can I don't know, call me a pedophile on Twitter like the rest of them. Okay. Let's read the super chats. Never chase a fish. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 10, has says, glorious Kiwi Emperor. I once showed my dear mother the Demetrius shitting clip and said, look, Mom, at least I'm not that bad. I will never forget the look she gave me, although I'm not entirely certain what it meant. That was her weighing the weight of your soul like Anubis. She was weighing his shit instead of a feather versus your soul and trying to determine what is... Sorry, I got a confidential attorney message. He's telling me don't advocate shooting women. That's what my attorney is telling me. So don't do that, chat. I was just making a joke, okay? Like the Joker, baby. All right, she was weighing the weight of your soul versus his shit and trying to determine which was the worst. Russ Cole 01 for 5 says, Jersh equals smirk, question mark. It's true, I am. Radiator Sorry, not Radiator. What the fuck? Ratlord111 for 7 says, thanks for streaming Jorish. You're welcome. Dark Western for 5 says, let's see those bullets get knocked around real quick. I already knocked them around. I can do it again. I kind of regret knocking them around now, because then they would be like really, really big. Gotta clear the screen. Collapse those bullets. RCRA69 for $20 says, hey, dear Sneeder, can you give exogenous true and honest? No. As I have said many times, as I've told you many thousands of times, Stalker Child, I cannot cross the streams. I should have just sent 20 in the mail like a normal person. Sorry, but thank you. Sneedo 01, wait, Sneedo no 141 says, the quartering, please help. Wait, is the quartering, please help me, Saz. I'm not going to make any money this week to get Melanie Mac's feet picked, Saz. Also, have you seen my $20,000 RC track on my property, Saz? Apparently, the quartering bought a $20,000 RC track to prove how super rich he is. He used to run a whole channel dedicated to RC. It's a very weird interest. You can buy a car for that. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, do you identify more with Snow Miser or Heat Miser? If you have no idea what these are, fuck you. I hope your Christmas sucks. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. The Orange Cow for 10 says, assuming you haven't already talked about it, what AI thing did you see that blew your mind? What I've been working on. Like, what, it's so hard to explain without getting into a huge spur thing, but it's like, it's so obvious that you're just going to have to learn to use it. There's no other way around it. You just have to learn. Exactly like when computers first came out, and it's like, you can no longer do accounting on a spreadsheet on a piece of paper. You have to learn how to use Excel. It's going to be like that. Thank you. Coley Dante for 10 says, 2026 Trump, lying Ted 2025, or lying Ted 2025 Trump, seriously retarded Tim. It's true. It's a good kill shot. As what's his face used to say. Dire Terry for 10 says, may all your seafood and vodka be from Old Bay. I mean, look, the vodka was a fun experience, but I'll tell you what my drink of choice is. I like Tanaquery. It's the gin in the green bottle. The only thing that the British are good for is cinema and gin. Everything else, they can blow it out their ass. Tanaquery, I don't know how you pronounce it. Okay. Tanqueray, whatever. Tanaquery. Look, it's the green shit, okay? Bunker Housing for 5 says, hello, dear leader. Hello. DSP's Felted Toilet for 5 says, subscribe. Thank you, DSP's Felted Toilet. Days of Boyhood for 1334 says, by the power invested in me by my Asperger's diagnosis, I grant you an R-word pass. As I was born with the R-word pass. I didn't need shit from nobody. Thank you. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, was in school when they made the big push to stop using retard. It was all the cheerleaders and liberal white women. Those fucking Karens, chat. We know you hate them. Who were the boots on the ground during the speech policing time is a flat circle. Judy Tester for 2 says, shreddy cheese, Americans BTFO'd again. And then there's an archive. Let's see what it is. FDA announces shredded cheese recall in 31 states over metal fragments. Oh my god. Imagine eating metal cheese, chat. Cringe. Couldn't be me. A casting couch crab for 10 says, the crab of the year is the Galapagos crab. See you in 12 months. A Galapagos crab. Okay, fine. I'll pull it up. I'm curious. Is it like some weird freak crab? Oh, what the fuck? That's pretty cool. I like him. You think he's tasty? He looks too endangered to eat. He is nice and bright, though. Comes pre-cooked. Awakened 34 for 1 says, fuck, I was late this week for me. Fuck, I was late. This guy has somehow conceived a sentence I cannot speak aloud. Fuck, I was late this week. No, fuck, I was late. This week, for me, flew by. You should try stress maxing. Thank you. I will. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, is it offensive to call Governor Waltz retarded? Or it is offensive to call him retarded. I have a retarded cousin. He is much smarter than Waltz. That is why it's offensive to retarded people. Most could run circles around him intellectually. That would be the funniest thing that Trump could possibly say in response to that. Is like, and I actually, as a matter of fact, I just want to take it back. I met some great retarded people. I met some wonderful retarded people. And none of them are as retarded as Tim Waltz. And they don't deserve to be put in the same box as Tim Waltz. That would be the funniest thing you could say. I don't know if he's that funny, though. Awaken 34 for 1 says, late for this stream, by the way. Yeah, I figured it out. Thanks. Winter Soldier for 20 says, subscribe for 4 months. Thank you, Winter Soldier. I appreciate it. Crispy Legs Forever for 10 says, happy Friday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You too. Gazoo Gopher for 10 says, thanks, Genuine, for hosting Linus Tech Tips on the forum this week, Josh. It was my privilege. I don't know if I made it clear, but I appreciated having him. Hopefully he got what he was looking for. Awaken 34 for 2 says, for that GDPR regulation garbage, it sounds like you need to keep as little as much as possible. Just word salad garbage. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking nonsense. TP Deluxe for 5 says, have a good stream, Josh. Not having a good stream is a felony. Felony not having a good stream, you will go to prison, stalker. I try my best, man. I gotta stay out of trouble. Awaken 34 for 5 says, you hit the nail on the head with that tech companies push for more regulation to help keep competition low. Yeah, it's happening with the internet for sure. They definitely want it where it's like, if you can't afford like massive NVIDIA things, you just don't get to run a website anymore. Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, my family thinks I'm hysterical or schizo for being so mad about ads. Anyways, cheers, Goober. Time to butt chug a monster during the sneed. Ooh, a monster sounds good, but I'm trying to cut back on those. Yeah, no, I despise ads. I despise them. It is the only ads that I tolerate are FM radio and billboards. And the reason why is because they're almost always local stuff. And it's like local companies need to be able to advertise as well. With gas stations, my rule is it has to be an ad for something that they're selling. Like if you're pumping gas, and they're like, we have hot dogs and slushies. That's perfectly acceptable. It's a business that's how they make their money. Gas stations don't really make money selling gasoline. They make money by people stopping in the store and buying snacks and stuff for like $1 over the price. So that kind of stuff is fine. But seeing like an interracial couple enjoying fucking cheap Chinese bullshit constantly sold by some nameless, faceless corporation that does absolutely nothing but drop ship shit made by other people in different countries to extract wealth from the people of this country and send it overseas and keep it for themselves. I have no interest in that. I have none whatsoever. All these companies are fucking evil. I don't want to support them at all. And I don't want to help companies like YouTube make money. YouTube should be bankrupt. But unfortunately, everyone's buying fucking YouTube TV, YouTube Premium, and they're getting what they want. Awaken 34 for 5 says, the reason why I don't get angry at ad agencies is because what can you do legally that doesn't lead to more power to the feds? It's become a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, there are certain actions that you can take that I cannot recommend, where if they started to happen more often to people who deserve them, you would see some real fucking fast changes in the way that customers are treated in this country. John Toss for 2 says, Josh, is Alberta going to be the next U.S. state? I hope not, because then there would be border war in the country. We need at least British Columbia to join as well. Maybe also Yukon to keep it nice and tidy. Buzz Burridge for 1 says, in the 5, pipe by pipe. Thank you. The Uncredited for 5 says, I genuinely hate the exaggerated vitriol towards AI content, infinitely more than anything AI generated. I wish you many good tens of Old Bay, Josh 07. AI has its place. What it doesn't, AI has no place substituting something somebody cares about. AI is fun as any toy is. If you want to make a meme, like how is AI generated slappa any worse than like an MS Paint meme? They're both low effort. One just can convey a message better than the other. And the other, depending on what you're trying to say and how you're trying to say it. But I accidentally, when I open YouTube links on my browser on my phone, sometimes it opens the app instead of using Brave, which has ad blocker for YouTube. And if I get ads for shit on mobile, it is almost always either the same fucking game I complained about before on streams, where you're like picking a lane to build up an army or to shoot monsters or whatever, or it's AI slop. It's like it's AI slop ads. We live in a fucking nightmare, and the fact that people aren't getting bricks thrown through their window is a testament to the white man's good nature, okay? Because they sure fucking deserve it. Asian tech support for 10 says Boulette. Thank you. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 10 says, I super heckin' love advertisements and reality television. Oh, great. Let's see.
The next big idea is out there, and it could come from you. I love coming up with ideas. I love advertising. I love reality shows. So I've created a new business competition. And
Didn't this guy get banned because his show sucked?
I can't even believe that this show is actually even happening and being made. It was just an idea that I had, and I wrote down, and I gave it to NBC, and they started developing it. And I said, who's a good co-host? And my wife goes, you should get Bozma from Real Housewives. And I wasn't caught up on Real Housewives. She's like, watch it.
This guy is gay. I've never heard Jimmy Fallon talk before. This guy sucks cock. If he has a wife, it's like a thing. It's like a cover. This guy sucks dick. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't want to see this anymore. Guards, the peons are getting uppity. The UK Labour Party. Actually, it was the U Party, sorry. Sneeda Stanny for one says, damn, that airstrip one nice. No, that airstrip one not nice at all. Mr. Manchester for 5 says, all those British people are so ugly. It's uncanny. Yeah, it's pretty bad there. That's why they all left. Greener pastures. Exotic Indian women. Dot, not feather. Other way around. Feather, not dot. David S877 for 25 says, where are we on the total doom to positive poly scale right now? A solid 7+, I gotta say. Thank you. Steen Feeden for one says, never buy furniture at the same time as Phil. I fucked up while building gaming chair and I blame Phil's curse. What does Phil have to do with anything? How did Phil fuck up your gaming? How do you fuck up building a gaming chair? You put the thing down and then you click it in. That's it. How did you fuck that up? Sneak Cricket for 10 says, Google's AI video generator is quite based. I asked it to make a video of a Jew laughing while playing with money in Jerusalem and he gave me this. I will play this, and then I will share you guys a fun fact that I learned. Because let me just play it first.
We need that zoning permit expedited immediately. The funds are ready, but we require assurances on the upcoming vote. We need that zone. So,
I noticed that Gemini 3 Pro is like the best. It is great at answering questions. It's great at presenting information. It's great at finding sources. It's very accurate. The code it writes is extremely good. It's capable of understanding large concepts and programming. It's very, very good. And it pains me enormously to give Google compliments because I hate Google and I hate everything about them. However, I would like to explain something to you, okay? Let's see. Here we go. Now, if you know something about Google, you know that it's run by a guy called Sundar Pichai. And you have programs like the head of Google Search, who's an Indian. Basically, AdSense, Indian. Google Search, Indian. YouTube, Indian. YouTube has gotten worse and more invasive all the time. Google Search is now so completely broken, the only way to use it is to use Gemini. There was actually a time in recent history where when Microsoft Copilot launched and Gemini hadn't been a thing yet, Bing was unironically just flat better for search results than Google. And that's how low Google had sunk. Google AdSense, worst fucking thing ever, censorious piece of shit. And it was just like all these failing, dying organs of Google. And then somehow Gemini has become by far the best part of best AI model. And it's somehow a part of Google. And it just blew my mind. And I would like to introduce you to the head of Google AI's development team, Jeff Dean. This fucker is building a porthole using machine learning to Hyperborea. He is going to create the gateway to Agartha. Okay, this mind has the secrets, has the way. He's the fucking whitest. Is he Jewish? No, you can't do this to me. It's not possible. He's not Jewish. Get fucked. I'm typing Jew. It's no Jew. He is building the porthole to Agartha. Look into those eyes. See them. Now you understand. See, Sundar Pichai noticed, my good sirs, in order to make the most value to our excellent shareholders, we need to actually win the AI race. Find me the whitest man you can. Please, sir, I beg of you, the whitest man you can possibly find, sir. And put them in the head of AI development. And we must win, sir, or our company will go bankrupt and our izzat will plummet and we will be pulled apart by dogs in the Ganges River, sir. That's what happened. Okay. Next. The president of Nintendo for 2 says, are you going to watch Dark Side film on Kino Casino tonight? I'll be watching with my dog, who is a poodle. Poodles suck. Whoa, buddy. I have no idea what you're talking about. I apologize. So no, it's not my plans. My plan today is, I don't know what. I have no plans. I might program a bit more. Thank you. Sneak Cricket for 10 says, the other link was a wrong description, but here is one. And then the streamable Kazawi. Wait, no, this one. If you need to take a longer break from streaming, please feel free to take one. You deserve it. I'll take another break in February.
Look at this.
That's pretty good. That's literally me. Thank you. Brutus000 for 3 says, hey Josh, went to get your take on Deadlock, the hero shoot 'em MOBA Valve is currently making. Personally, I've been having a lot of fun with it, but I understand if you weren't huge on it. I tried it. Like, I was invited to the beta. I downloaded it. I played around in like the test area because you couldn't just queue into a game, and I felt nothing. I felt absolutely nothing. I had no interest in it, and I never played a real game of it. Bruta or Sprinkle Cat for 1 says, Josh, do you have a Rhodesian effin' foul rifle? I do not. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, I'm baking some pumpernickel bread while listening today. That sounds good. Real Adonai for 10 says, hey Josh, is this you driving through your neighborhood? Oh God. There's a good chance that sound will be filtered out by the post-processing I do on my podcast. So if you're only listening and you didn't hear anything, it's a car revving up, but it sounds just like the N-word. It's like someone's screaming the N-word over and over again. Thank you. TDD Real for $20 says, shout out to all my Underground Sewage Society friends. Woo, woo, woo. I don't know what that means. I assume that's like a wrestling thing. I can't compliment this. Thank you. Ballistic Characteristic for 15 says, have a good weekend, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Markiplier Sex Slave for 10 says, amen. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, they have aftermarket Starlight liners that Nogs put in the Hellcats and other cars, and I did not know that. Red Eyes Black Dragon, but apparently it was a real rented Rolls Royce that they crashed. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, what? Your big titty goth mommy GF didn't make you those cookies? No? Ho Ho Holocaust for 5 says, I'm very impressed by those cookies you made. Thank you. Dire Terry for 1 says, I hope they all died. Same, I think. Bunker Housing for 5 says, moderating unuseful tangential topicillism. I don't think that's going to work. Thank you. Spiegel Cat for 1 says, your recent tweet talking about the Solionath retard is full of anime neighbor cattle saying that's my mutual, that's a real patriot, that's my oomphy. God, I hate anime so much and their retarded words. Yeah, I just blocked them. When you see the anime neighbors, you just block them. You just block them with your block button. That's what you do. RCRA69 for $100 says, Jersh, you won. Your cooking looks delicious, by the way. Has anyone told you you're better than Medicare? Also, you should totally unban Dojima's Dragon and Eva X-Fun for the heckin' lols. What did Eva do? I'll review this. You brought this to my attention. I'm now independently reviewing this. Dojima can go fuck himself, though. Sorry, you're wasting your fucking time with that one. Apparently not signed in on that. I'm gonna read his ban reason, and that's I'll move on. What is it? Eva Zfon. God, stop signing me out of every fucking thing. Eva X. Okay, what did he do to get banned? Pretending to be in a relationship with staff members to cause problems. Okay, it's been over a year. I will unban him. There you go. Thank you. Tree Liquor for one says Tim Pool is dumb dung sucker. Anywhere an Indian goes, they're behind there on their hands and knees. Is Tim Pool suckling up the dung they leave there in wake. Indian lover equals dung sucker. I don't like that. I don't like anything that's poo-poo pee-pee related. Like how I don't like the expression they're touching the poo. It's just like so juvenile and gross. I don't like it. Monero Monkey for 10 says, Pop quiz. You have a mob of hangry Kiwis outside your home and you have to bake 6 million delicious cookies to feed them. How long will this take you? Well, God, it depends on how many ovens and how long you have to take. But if you're trying to bake 6 million cookies, it would probably take you years, even if you had a bunch of ovens. That would be really hard. Even if you're working on it exclusively, not doing anything else, it would just be so intensive. Bolt Action Loser for 20 subscribe for 4 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Steendo for one says, hey Josh, was this the video you're talking about? Someone posted in the thread. Yes, and I already played it. Thank you. I was the one where PPP throws a guy and runs away. 40 for 5 says, it's okay that you're not from America, Mr. McMoon. Irish white racism is a thing of the past, and everyone on the top half of the paint swatch can fight for a better tomorrow. By Shibora? I honestly, I can't do anything. I don't even know how to make fun of Irish people, okay? I'm sorry. Judy Tester for 5 says, unfun fact, the train stop where Midwest Fur is held is the same train stop where I saw Liz Fong Joan in person on your stream in 2024. A cursed place and a cursed city. That's funny. I guess there was a convention center that he was going to. Thank you. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, thanks for screaming about dog dick the moment my boss walked in. Thank you, Joshua. Very cool. Well, you're the one who is listening to Man at the Internet podcast without speakerphones at work. That is on you. Borello Furman for 1 says, nothing. Thank you. Simulligan 2 for 10 says, here's a classic video from 2021 from the Oddcast podcast. Okay.
Where's Ninu at? There's like 25 Ninus in here. If I had to guess, this is the right Ninu. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. It's a pleasure to have you in here this Sunday night. Thank you so much.
You chose the wrong one.
All right, please welcome Ninu to the stream. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. It's a pleasure to have you in here this Sunday night. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead, we're listening.
Hey, I want to say you're a fucking meth head. All
right, everybody, please welcome Ninu to the stream. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. It's a pleasure to have you in here this Sunday night. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead, we're listening.
Wrong again.
Everybody, please welcome Ninu.
He has to be doing this as a bit, right? Like, he has to be intentionally doing this because it's funny.
Ninu to the stream. Ninu, thank you so much for joining the Oddcast podcast this Sunday night. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead, we are listening. God damn it, man. Everybody, please welcome.
He's homeless now?
Ninu 1030.
Really?
Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. Thank you so much for joining. What's up?
The guy he brought in is called the real Ninu 1030%.
Hey, what's up? Psych!
Everybody, please welcome Nina to the stream. Nina, welcome
He's
to
a
the
meth
podcast
addict and
It's a pleasure to have
homeless.
you in here this Sunday night. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead, release.
So he's like on meth, and he can't think of a better way to process this application. He can't like have him verify or use like he's just fucked. Okay.
Everybody, please welcome Nina to the stream. Nina, welcome.
His audience loves it though.
Everybody, please welcome Nina to the stream. Nina, welcome to the Oddcast podcast.
Hey, you fucked up again, you stupid.
Everybody, please welcome Ninu to the stream. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. It's a pleasure to have you in here this Sunday night. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead, we're listening.
You don't believe in who? You don't believe in
Everybody,
Dude, it has to be a bit because he even takes his hand off the mouse and looks away just to make absolutely certain that there's a several second reaction time. Because if you were forced to go through the list, you would be ready to ban.
please welcome Ninu to the stream. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast.
Hey, are you still crying about your parents disowning you?
Everybody, please welcome Ninu. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. Thank you so much for joining. What's on your mind? What do you want to say?
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Everybody, please welcome
One more.
Ninu to the stream. Ninu, welcome to the Oddcast podcast. It's a pleasure to have you in here. What's on your mind? What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Awesome. Very funny. Unkind Naysayer 2 says, do you identify more with heat miser or cold miser? I already answered that. I don't know who they are. The Orange Cow for 10 says, Josh, if you're even thinking of submitting yourself to this tribunal, then you have truly forgotten that you are the world's neighbor. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's a good idea. Thank you. Foxes for 5 says, Josh, the soy adipose guy sounds like Greer of 2.0. I mean, he's a cheap Indian knockoff, let's be honest. Monero Monkey for $30 says, I've been getting back into programming lately. I'm rewriting my Golang Rogue game in Rust, and I'm wondering what AI tools you use. If you're self-hosting, what hardware do you recommend, etc.? I use Gemini 3 Pro, and sometimes I do the Claude 4.5. Gemini is better at doing what you tell it to do, but Claude is sometimes able to handle more information, and it's more well organized. It will make more effort to organize code. So there's kind of a trade-off there. Thank you. Sneedo for one says, Roy Philipose looks like the Amerimut meme. Bro, he's darker than that, man. About Tree Video 1 for 10 says, adipose tissue or body fat is generally used to describe areas like the breast, which is subcutaneous adipose tissue. Lol, the fat Jeet's name means bitch tits. It's so true, King. Thank you. Meow Meowings for $100 says, good stream. And I don't even have to look at someone being banned either. This is how we do it. Yes, queen. Thank you. Anime Extremist for 5 says, if you had to choose, would you rather have a son who really was into VTubers and although he's straight, cross-dresses as a femboy? That's not possible. Or a daughter who is in a relationship with a Jeet? My daughter would be fathered and not in a relationship with a Jeet, and my son would be straight and not gay. So this is truly an impossible question for you to ask me because it makes no sense. Anime Extremist for one says, I am listening to this in public. I had to turn down the volume quickly over the hard R's. Thank you, Josh. Now everyone knows I like racist content. They already assumed if you're white. Nefarious Creature for 5 says, I'm so glad I'm not the only one who has every Dota voice line memorized. There are like 4 or 5 words in my vocabulary solely as a result of how much I played certain heroes. Oh, I know one. Here's a big one. Alacrity. That's a word I know exclusively because it is used by Invoker in a video game. And I've never heard the word in any way, shape, or form except in a filing that Hardin put in the word alacrity for some reason, and then in Invoker's lines. Okay. Nefarious Creature for 20 links to a voice line from Dota 2. Okay, let's hear it.
I could hear your caterwauling from clear out on the rim.
Caterwauling. I never paid too much attention to that one. That's a good word, though. Valve in general has extremely good word choice, and it ends up being very mimetic. It was like that with Portal as well. They have a lot of lines in Portal that are super mimetic, and they have a fancy word attached. Thank you. Colyodante for 20 says, the difference between Shani for Christ and Anisa is Shani was arred by a pack of neighbors where Anisa only wishes she was. Okay, calm down. Oh God, what's his name? Not George Clooney. The guy from The Passion of the Christ. Guy from The Passion of the Christ. No, not Jim Caviezel. Mel Gibson. Thank you, Mel Gibson. Thank you. Bunker Housing for Force says, regarding Eugene Cooning situation, is it not so that eating disorder is a sign of sexual abuse? It often is. So this is not a funny answer, but it's true. A lot of girls who are sexually abused develop an eating disorder for one of two reasons or both. The first is if you're in an abusive situation where you don't have a lot of freedom over your own body, deciding what you eat is often a way to cope with that by giving you more control over what's happening to you. So that's why a lot of them become like anorexic or whatever. The other reason is a lot of women who are routinely sexually abused start overeating, specifically because I don't know if it's subconscious or if it's like a conscious decision, but a lot of them will become super fat simply to hope that they become unattractive and they stop getting raped. And that's also true. It's very dark, chat. Logistical Nightmare for 20 says, happy second to last stream of the year, Josh. Who are your top contenders for locale of the year? I'm excited to see Boss Man Jack, baby. Come on. I can't even finish this. I got to shout it out. Obviously, it's Boss Man. Boss Man this year, Boss Man last year, Boss Man every year, forever and ever. All right. I'm excited to see how the Julays shake out this year and don't want to see another Baldy victory. Okay, so if you're listening, you're a true super fan of my shenanigans. Okay, so one of the things I have to build over my break is I'm going to build a custom locale of the year voting page, and it'll be super fancy. And one of the main reasons why I'm doing this is because I hate the mechanism for how they've been doing votes, which is just you pick one. I'm considering doing something like ranked choice, where you take a list of like 1 through 5 and you sort it from your most liked to your least liked, and picking locale of the year based off of that. Or there was another voting system that I had heard of that was I think it's called papal voting, and what they do for that is you like rate everybody between like 1 through 10, and then it's determined based on the overall average, kind of like on Newgrounds. Back in the day, you would vote 1 for blam and 5 for like awesome, but you could vote 2, 3, 4 as well, something like that. I'm still mulling it over, but ranked choice is my current thought. But that will require a custom page. Hates democracy, yet tries to make democracy work. It's true. It's a fool's errand. Thank you. Sneed is standing for one says, do hookers not get dental plans? Lisa needs braces. Apparently not. Breadwash for 5 says, Dick Masterson told me I could leave my family and suck dick on OnlyFans. Sneed is standing for one says, the Hassan guy sounds like a real jerk. It's true. I've heard he shocks his dog. Dios mío, La Creatura for 2 says, oh my base, BB, do you Patriots see Trump base posting on Boomer Twitter? We did it, bros. America is great again. 5 million more Indians to celebrate. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Matter of fact, the other thing he did that I didn't even mention is Trump has canceled all naturalization ceremonies for people from 19 countries, which are like the biggest shitholes. But we just got to keep pushing them, man. More postcards, more letters, more yelling at them on Twitter. We got to let them know. If you want to have a legacy, Mr. President, every G has got to go. Awaken 34 for 5 says, you've suggested a mouse replacement on stream. I use Razer Death Adder V2. I've had it for 3 to 4 years now. I play idle games that require easily over 20 to 30 clicks per 2 to 3 hour session. So you have a job, and in this job, you are clicking 30,000 times per day listening to my podcast while playing Cookie Clicker or something. What job is this? How do I get this job? I can do this job. You can just pick up programming. You have so much free time. Go talk to Microsoft Copilot or whatever the fuck and start learning Rust. You can build my forum software for me while I'm busy. Okay. Peen Wienerstein for 5. By the way, I was thinking of getting a Death Adder. I had seen the suggestion many times. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, he's given Bookie a bussy. No. Dude, they even sometimes spell it Bucky like that. Like B-U-C-C and meant to say like bussy. It's so vile. Awaken 34 for 2 says, and it hasn't failed me yet. It has sensitivity settings on top of the mouse right behind the scroll wheel that has 2 shoulder buttons. The specific model you need for it is RZ010321. I know, bro. I've seen it. And he says, I found a text store near me called Micro Center. 200 word count is hell. When I forgot your email, I can't find it again. Don't worry, bro. I'm gonna get the fucking Death Adder, I promise. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, I remember when I was retarded and thought I could find a 4chan GF on Soak. Simpler times. Be glad that you survived that, basically. Koomp Bala for 5 says, Munt, minor underage track and tracing AI. I don't like the first 2 letters on that one. That might work though. Track and tracing. It's pretty good. Thank you. The lowercase L Linternet for $20 says, even if Asmongold won't host you on his stream, you can always call into the Alex Jones show. He often takes open calls several times a week. You two have a lot to agree on in regarding payment processors and getting harassed by dangerous retards. I'm not sure what kind of chemistry Alex Jones and I would have. That sounds like a dangerous idea. Much more dangerous than Asmongold. Humble Guardsman, thank you. Humble Guardsman one says, the pumpernickel bread was pretty good. Not my best. Well, try again. Anime Extremist for 2 says, my favorite Simpsons episode is when Homer goes to a Somali restaurant, gets an AR-15 in his fancy German car, walks in Gucci loafers, shoots up the place, and sets liberals there on fire after tying them up. I don't remember that one, but I haven't seen that many episodes, to be honest with you. Sneedo, for 1, says, tell the editor to upload the Jews took incest away from the anime nigga segment. I don't think that's appropriate for the channel. Might get us flagged. Haramburger for 2 says, not enough Hassan content. Irish freedom fighters confronted him in real life, and he has an 11-minute clip arguing with a black chatter on stream instead of just banning Kino Hassan avalanche of content right now. I did see that, but I didn't want to play like another long clip. Katad for 2 says, I didn't know you liked tan queers. Oh, instead of the gen. Okay, yeah, whatever, bro. The Orange Cow for 5 says, you talk a lot about cheese, but do you have any recommendations for cured meats? I'm fine with lesser known producers. I do not. I do not have a huge salami fascination. Haramburger for 2 says, a Richard in pain. Dick hurts. Fascinating. Fordier for 5 says, how the fuck have you not heard of Heat Miser, Cold Miser? This is a classic Christmas American Kana. Watch later. Oh! I have seen this. I just wasn't familiar. Oh, dude, I haven't seen this in like decades. Okay, I might have to watch it. Zcash is an Israeli op for 10 says, thoughts on base Euro job board. U.S. companies post jobs, native Euros apply. Indians eat shit as is their nature. In your opinion, potentially viable or retarded? I don't see any immediate issues with a national job board. I see issues if it becomes mandatory. Like, because then it's like, okay, I'm posting a job for my auto factory in Florida, and I prefer it if it was somebody local, but then you get like 10 replies from like Indians and black people all across the US. And it's like, that would suck. Sneedo for 1 says, your YouTube comments say that Agartha is closed for you since you're Italian. Italian Agartha is New Jersey. Oh no, I'm going to be stuck with shoe on head. What the fuck? Vicky Lasagna. Oh, it's going to be me and Vicky Lasagna, New Jersey Agatha. Okay. Never Not Fishing for 2 says, it's trout season, brother. Have you purchased your fishing gear? I have it, but I don't know if I'll ever have time to do anything ever again for the rest of my life. Dios Mio Lacrachera for 1 says, the guy who said you need to take breaks is a homosexual. I will work you like the men of Al Zut work the Prophet Muhammad's bussy. 12-hour streams next year. No fucking chance. Remove Antler Menace for 2 says, it's the 4th of July drunk. Is the 4th of July junk stream going to be an annual event like the Halloween People stream? It might, depending on my mood. Haramburger for 2 says, work, what me doing? Yes, okie dokie. What you want? Something work. Me busy. Leave me alone. Me not that kind of orc. Oh, that's a Warcraft reference or something. Peen Wienerstein for 5 says, drop a 5-pack and some Prague for Bossman and his hearing on the 18th of December. Prague for a Christmas miracle. I thought his he got continued all the way to January. So I guess I don't know if that's a different case, but I saw that he got continued until January. And Awaken 34 for says, I just stay up until 11 p.m. I work 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. I see. Okay, enjoy your cookie clicker then. Not even numerals for $10 says, noticing people look young like the Vietnamese court officials is a sign of getting old. Well, I'm fucking there then, bro. Thank you. All right, what am I going to play? What have I got in my last music list? I'm going to spare you guys some country, I think, this time. What do I got? I could play this. It's kind of a sad song. It's by Colby Acuff. What do I got? What do Oh, I could play this. If I do that, though, I can't host an archive of this. Fuck it, I'll play this. All right, see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
I find myself scratching at the bottom. I'm so impossible, and you know everything that I've discarded has left my hands black and blue. Du musst mir gar nichts sagen. Ich versteh dich mit dem Augenschein. Zwei Herzen in mir schlagen. Eins ist deins und eins ist mein.